And start stream. Cool.
Hello, hello.
Alright, so it's been a while.
You thought
It's
we were
been-
gone, but we're not.
A few weeks at least. But here we are. We are back.
Shout out to our number one fan.
We have many number one fans.
No, the one that keeps responding and giving us the.
Oh, in Reddit?
Yeah,
Whenever we post there? Yeah.
Yeah. We're still here and
No, it's
happy
cool.
to be so.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Yep.
Looking forward to hearing from you.
That wasn't sarcastic, was it?
No, I'm sure there'll be something.
You should see their latest comment actually. Like, it's like totally isomorphic, like almost as if they completely understand everything and are able to even describe it in their own way and all this kind of stuff.
But we're doing it wrong.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
No. Let's not start on such a pessimistic note.
No, I was
Because-
just trying to understand what you meant.
Even though, yes, we are doing some things wrong. As a civilization, you could say it's gone wrong from the very beginning, which is the topic of this live stream so far that
and
we've come up with.
where did you learn all of your stuff? Was it perhaps from Civilization?
From civilization, yes, which is
So being wrong is part of the package.
it's normal.
Yeah.
Of course, we're
Interesting.
all wrong.
Interesting.
We're not like some elites or something of perfect man gods. The how people like to portray themselves.
So like none of the. Well, I mean a little,
Sure.
just a little.
Yep. So
Move it on.
in our previous streams, I think we've touched on the plateaus of commodification,
few
which
times,
is
yeah.
the history of commodification that civilization has gone through.
History, I would say.
Pseudo history,
Yeah.
right?
We don't want to say claims here.
What we mean by that is we're not saying this exact event happened, that event happened. What we're doing is looking at our current situation in the moment and seeing, okay, how must we have gotten to this point? What different, according to a model
Yeah.
of increasing complexity and adding of layers that we see generally in life, such as we have cells and making tissues, making muscles, and all this kind of stuff. That we're seeing the stacking of order. We are simply saying, okay, what stack of order made up this present moment in civilization? And you can break it down to that there were differing levels of commodification that happened over time, which form plateaus. In other words, when you get a plateau, it's been offloaded to civilization. Things that were once a responsibility of the individual has been offloaded part by part, layer by layer, plateau by plateau, onto the ether of civilization. It's just somebody else's job. It becomes a service, a product that you buy.
Yeah, and this is an abstract model, not one of like an actual concrete events, like was previously mentioned. And
That's important.
Yeah, and in our case, we're looking at very specific layers of abstraction. And to give an example, would be the first layer we're looking at is how the environment, which we call the archetype of the our holonic stack, is it?
Sure.
Is that what we called it? The heteroholarchy?
The natural holarchy.
The natural holarchy, that's right. Sorry, it's been a while since the topic actually was brought up.
Yep.
So, which runs from environment to the organism in the environment, and then it's a neural operating system that runs within the organism that allows it to, respond to the environment. So it's like the reflections of the environment within the organism. If the environment does X, the organism responds with Y, and this could take on a lot of different mechanisms.
An organism in an environment, each organism having its own specific history and experiences that
And
it has, that it
representations.
uses to adapt to ongoing
And a
environment.
representation of that environment. So there's like a reflection relationship.
Yeah.
So past that, this every organism also lives with other organisms of its own kind and other kinds, and
Right.
that constitutes a next layer of environment, which we call the social operating system, in which the environment is not just things coming from the particles below, but more like the activities of the organisms all around as well.
Mhm.
And so this closes the strange loop that we are constantly reiterating.
Right.
And so,
Which
yeah.
and you see this type of organization in many different spiritual systems, quote unquote, where you'll have a stack of layers, and it's like things are building up in complexity, but then you also have to take care that in each layer, to note that when this layer moves, all the others below are moving. So the language that this layer speaks has to be complex enough to account for the complexities of what is below happening.
Right.
Like you can't just chop off your hand, because that would be a huge mistake, right?
Jen,
But you
was-
could decide to if you wanted to.
Wasn't that the guy who got bitten by a snake recently?
Maybe,
And he
and
didn't
then-
need to do it because the
and-
snake wasn't even venomous.
Oh god.
It was pretty bad.
Oh.
Yeah, so that happened. So that's the holarchy description, but what I was trying to get to is the first example of a commodification plateau. So this is when the environment, the first concern, the natural holarchy, the first element of the natural holarchy, is transformed into what's called land. That's the term we use. And land is something that is bargained for, traded for, conquered, and utilized like an item, like an abstraction. It has a border. It has, features that are valuable, features that are not valuable, and so on and so forth. So the environment all of a sudden is transformed into this like chunked abstraction of landscapes. So this would be an example, the first example rather, of what we mean by a plateau. The difference being is that land belongs to somebody. Land is something that has utility, and so on and so forth. And so we're no longer in an environment, but we are on a land with this utility, on a land with that utility, and on it goes. Completely extracted from its context. The environment in that space of land would be extracted from its context and looked at abstractly as a piece of utility,
Mm-hmm.
something to that effect.
And this also speaks to the schism itself, as we call it, the Great Schism.
Well, you can
Um,
already see evidence of it in that thought process.
When you have this disconnection of the stack of the holarchy, of the strange loop, as we brought up before, you are downloading onto the environment without re-uploading to sense what's happening.
Its nuances,
You're sort of just keep projecting.
Right, so as you're downloading, so this is the language that we're talking about. We've uploaded land into our abstract minds, divided up. We uploaded the environment into our abstract minds, divided it up into land, downloaded that land back onto the environment as if it was real,
Mm-hmm.
right? So in this case, this is what would be called superstition.
Yes.
The abstraction being called real.
So
and-
superstition is actually at
so
the
the-
root of the schism.
So this overlay, the belief that this overlay is more real than the environment it's overlaying
Right.
on
So
top
what
of.
the map in your head, that reflection that we're talking about, gets reified.
And you believe the abstraction to be more real than the concrete environment in front of you.
So this is at the ultimate root of thousands ago years,
Right.
tens of
So-
thousands of civilization.
So if you'll note what this does,
10 of thousands, almost 10, 10-ish, whatever.
over
say.
10. just about 12-ish, 13-ish.
We'll call it something like that, where we saw this breakaway civilization, as we call it, in which the mind loses that ability to connect and do the feedback with the environment.
Let me bring this to a more concrete event that actually did happen in history that drove the abstraction that we're talking about. The event in history is the recession of the last ice age. The way I was reading it, and I forget the articles, but the reference can be found from 33 Myths of the System.
Mm-hmm.
It in the introduction there's a bunch of references to articles and research papers on the subject, just to give credence where it's due.
Talking about grain.
Yeah. So what happened is that for the first time in humanity's expansion into the world, the land opened up with huge grasslands of very desirable crops. Desirable not for their nutritional utility, but because they've enabled a cheap access to drugs, which were up until that time the production of drugs, of narcotics in general, was a specialized sort of activity within the tribe, where you had to know which plants to collect, you had to know how to produce, how to concoct whatever it is you're concocting without killing yourself.
Yeah.
Different
So we had a mass scale potential for brewing using yeast to make alcohol.
Grasslands opened up alcohol. They opened up opium. Not opium, poppy. So poppies are grass. Corn.
Yeah.
Corn is great for alcohol creation. So all of these different crops, weed, marijuana was planted immediately as soon as this was opened up. Tobacco. Anything you can think of that would give a huge surplus to narcotics. So the difference being now is that something that was very highly valuable in tribal societies up until that point had become a kind of a norm in the feast economy that followed. Right, like you could have, you wouldn't depend on these grasslands for nutriment because, well, first of all, there was no control over them yet, right? Like this was a nature sort of move on that part. We only responded at that point. So the response was to, of course, collect as much of it as possible and create this feast economy.
And there is a territorial type of consciousness within tribal society.
So that would probably come up a few generations later, where
when you
utility
have, who is this taking from my field?
Yeah,
my field, quote unquote.
Where the utility of the fields has become something more of ingrained within the culture of the tribes themselves, and so you had people settled one place, people settled in another place, and for a while the exchange was basically egalitarian, right? However, a few generations pass, there's this collecting and counting and sorting mentality that builds up. And as it built up, this sorting mentality, for example, will now start to say, okay, well, we are owners of this, sorting this, and you are simply workers of that. So if you want to participate, you gotta pay your dues.
That's
and
jumping ahead.
It is jumping ahead, but this is generational.
So it would
eventually
be very slow. And I can imagine a case where even a tribe has access.
This would fluctuate too.
A tribe
Don't get me wrong.
Sure, depending on the regions and all that.
And the people involved in the mentality.
Has access to a field, and generation over generation, this field has supplied our feast drugs, basically, right? And then
now and eventually nutritional value to some extent, because people are learning.
And before you know it, another tribe that you hadn't met yet, maybe you have, encroach on that and start harvesting off that.
Or tribes that have never encountered fields.
So just the fact, forget all other tribes, the fact that your tribe has been using this field to get high basically to make their drugs over and over again. You have an abstraction coming up. This field does this feast for us. This is already.
This is our nature. Yeah. You're right. This is exactly what I'm trying to get to without being able to say it.
So the shamans or the elders would see this field as a dark force. It's like it just maybe in the beginning, like it's
or a benevolent one, or a new god, or the new iteration of the spirit world, and where gods start to take place in terms like this is the order of things. Because this is the real jump.
Sure, yeah.
This is the real jump between the tribe, which sees the spirit in all things, to a hierarchy of gods that rule the city-state, where there is a ruler. Right? Like the jump on land, like especially when you talk about environment being controlled as land, you definitely start to see somebody managing how that land is to be utilized, right? And that layer in and of itself is creating a kind of a sense of a hierarchy, of one that is most appropriate here. So another mythology is born on top of the previous mythology. So all the spirits are reused, of course, but now they become more interested in domestic concerns that pertain to the civilization, and so you start to see a reflection of
also
ownership and stuff like that.
Isn't there like then also an explicitly overt like economic aspect to what this god provides for you, the god of the field or whatever?
Absolutely,
right. And then that fits in like a machine more like, and it's not so much a big everybody's a happy family.
Well, if you notice, the entire thing is born out of abstracting something out there, the grass field, counting it, sorting it, managing it, everything to do with it.
Right.
So what you are stops mattering.
Yeah. What you are and what that field is stops mattering. So this is the death of animism, basically.
Right, and the birth of religion.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and so that's the point of the Great Schism, as we've called it, and we want to kind of iterate here. You can see on the screen, we have on the right social. I guess I don't know if it's social versus personal, but what we've seen as a society, we've seen a tribal, then we've seen the city-state, empire, nation, corporate state, virtual state. That's what we've gone through those before. In this live stream, we'd like to make a parallel comparison to what you see on the personal scale, on a small scale, between the home, the school, job, moving out, career, family.
Right.
And we're hoping to provide some isomorphisms between those.
Okay, so on that point, you'll notice that the actual personal home, moving out, career, and family happens to be laid out on the very last plateau of the social side, because we're already in the virtual state. So we're talking about the personal development of every single individual from their nature as a human being into being a cog in the machine of the virtual state.
So that's a good point, because that implies that all of this is one particular this is of how the virtual state looks like.
Right.
We're going to see from the corporate state another iteration of this. From the nation, there's going to be a whole other iteration.
Well, for example, the corporate state doesn't necessarily see people moving out. Right? People are generationally.
But you see what I'm saying, like, and you just laid that out. So we're going through the virtual state because that's where we're at right now.
And another point before you continue, sorry to interrupt. The career element is not as free as it will be in the virtual state. So in the virtual state, you can pick your career by going to signing up for Uber, or for getting your degree from whatever school, buying it, and then proceeding off to give your credentials to whatever company you want to work with. And for the most part, it kind of works itself out.
So within different socials, that career slot is going to look different when you move into that part in your life.
For example, you're born into one.
And we're probably not going to have time to get into.
No, I don't
that.
want to get into that. I just wanted to bring it up so that so that it's for the corporate state. Why you are born into your career is because you're you're giving the company away to your successors, right? It's this whole empire turnover thing, and your successor is generally
Yeah.
going to be family. We're talking like well, 70 years ago. I was trying to say 50, but I was thinking 1950. Nuclear family type style corporate state that just was turning into the modern virtual
Right.
state after the fact. And so if you go before that into like say the nation, the empire, and whatever, all of that,
Well, guess what?
all of that has been more cemented.
It's been so long that we forgot to share. So for all those people not following along, here you go.
I'll be back.
And before we do that, yes, we are going to take a short break, and then I'll post the link.
Should I order the?
That way nobody's disappointed. Yeah, sure, why not? Okay. And by the way, leave the toilet seat up, you disgusting bastard.
I did.
Okay, good. Good.
What did you think I did?
I don't want to see it happen again.
What the fuck? It's been up for a few hours now.
I don't know, maybe, I don't know.
I closed the lid, not the seat, though.
What's the difference? The lid includes the seat. The lid is on top.
Well, yeah, if you don't like aerosolized shit particles in your air.
Which I do. That's my preference, okay? So we're going to share the link, which we haven't done quite yet, because we were so preoccupied with creating the most fantastic product possible that we're going to go ahead and do that now. And we are only 25 minutes in.
When was the last time we were here? What date? 22nd?
Too excited. time. Very long time. So, only within the virtual state do we find this like very distinct articulation of all these different plateaus within the life of an individual, starting at home, right?
You had the chicken one, right?
Oh yeah. That yep, yeah.
Reorder.
Good show. So it's I think it'll be really interesting to go through these, because we haven't on live yet. The plateaus of commodification from the perspective of the personal, the individual, whatever, that's the neural unit from the right, from that perspective. Just so that you know, like, especially from anybody who's studying thoughts or whatever, spiritual systems and all that, to be able to reflect in your own life what kind of influence has this schism, this great schism, the axial war, what effect has it had in your life to actually commodify your whole experience.
Regular or big? Mucho.
The muchos.
White.
Mucho.
Brown rice. No
Encoding overloaded. Oh, I see. My pooter is struggling today to process.
Pinto, chicken.
Some
cheese.
dropped
Did you want
frames.
cheese?
Oh yeah.
Entree.
Oh yeah.
Not vegan mozzarella.
No. Hell no. It's gross.
No pinto. Medium.
Gross.
Medium salsa. Pickled radish.
No.
Guac.
Yep.
Halop.
Nah.
Burrito sauce. Sour cream.
All praise the virtual state.
Which we're using currently to
Press
order
the button,
food.
get the food.
Fajita mix, please. Pinto.
Yeah, we probably should have, not should have, but we could still be sitting on our Be Right Back screen
It's okay.
if we wanted to.
It's okay. You know what? We're human.
Nothing's happening over here.
I'm still available.
Do.
Shabam bam. Prepare.
So what this gives us, I guess, is probably another way for people to relate to Portal Mountain, in that they can look at their own upbringing and see the different phases of their life, and we're going to break down from home, school, job, moving out, etc.
So clearly those are kind of stereotypical, and they do follow a trajectory of our own personal anecdotal lives. That's kind of where the thought actually originated.
Right.
So this isn't a grand study.
It's work in progress, especially including the labels, which I don't like a lot of the labels. Like job.
I've created them once upon a time, and we've never really iterated over this conversation ever. So right now they're sort of in limbo.
Yeah.
They're, like I said, they're not a grand research. They're not out from some grand research, but they're basically a comparative set of events that had happened in my own life. I know that had happened in your own life as well, given our history together, and just an extrapolation from that with other anecdotal instances of people I've always have come across for my entire life, from my parents to
Sure.
everybody else I know.
And we also can expect this to
and
draw.
whatever social accepted stereotypes, whatever.
Are we cool with calling these stacks personal and social? Does that make sense or
What does it say in the glossary even?
nothing?
No, it says something. I don't know yet.
No, it doesn't say anything.
The stacks are not labeled?
No.
Huh.
Stacks are not labeled.
Well, it is basically the personal within the last plateau of the social, right? Like this extrapolation specifically is based on the last plateau.
Right. Yeah, as we mentioned before the break.
The one that we live in. That I experienced on myself.
We are focusing currently on this circle, which is to take the virtual state
Yeah.
as it's fully formed and then extrapolate that out on a lifetime.
So, by virtual state, I think it makes sense to mention that we're referring to here the kind of state that is formed by social media. In particular, we're talking about where your personal time is being hijacked by feeds and the kind and forums and all of that, and so taking your personal what do you call it? Not addiction, but tendency towards gravitating towards social media and utilizing that to manage what it is you do during your time off work, if you will. So not only are you on the system's time when you're working, this is the counterpart on being in the system's time when you're not working, outside of shopping and watching TV and the previous mechanisms.
And small, probably detail here, but that's temporal tampering, right?
Yeah.
And we have a tunneled reality, which is lining up with virtual state. We're talking about the archetypes.
So tunneled reality is the point of where temporal tunneling is absolute. So every activity is systemically recuperated, much like your posts on Facebook are recuperated for
now,
whatever.
I'm imagining like a complete totalitarian reinforcement of every action on your social media. Like, let's say you signed up to do something. Well, now if you don't, you're getting the shit thrown at you.
This is where you get. So this is in the other diagram where you start to get.
Is that true?
Yes. However, it takes on different shapes. This is the monogender, pseudo-gender discussion. Because the system will respond differently depending on where your the social ladder that you occupy. And so on the poorest end of the spectrum, the system will simply tell you what your roles are. And if you're incapable of submitting to that, it will degrade you into the criminal, into the insane roles, depending.
Whereas if you're high enough, let's say elite,
interestingly,
you can commit whatever crimes you want.
Look at this distinction. The pseudo-gender distinction actually applies: criminal or insane. On the insane side, you're chaotic and completely unmanageable and pseudo everything, like you're anything goes, right? On the criminal side, you've had control of your faculties. You could have You could have been an authority within.
Shouldn't have done that.
You could have been the authority of the system within yourself.
You could have been one of us.
And therefore, you're in the structured layer, and then for your failure and you're submitting to the law.
Should we bring this up already?
So the distinction of monogender, pseudogender actually flies into so many different topics that are not necessarily gender. What you normally associate with the word gender.
Mm-hmm.
To give a glimpse, the thoughts have been into the typical gender discussions, but also into the left and the right political spectrum, and just now into the so that would be the middle class way of discussing it. The upper class would be, of course, the male and female distinction itself. The lower class would be the criminal and the insane gender distinction. Why gender? Because we're talking about order and disorder, order and chaos in that discussion. Gender is basically a mythological construct from the model, which is a mapping of the biological dichotomy that we experienced, lifted up into a mythological narrative that doesn't necessarily have to do with the biological.
Can't necessarily be reified back down.
Yeah, like it's kind of like just taking the yin and the yang of that idea, and then trying to mesh it in different ways that the mythology makes sense. So
Right.
so in this case, it's solidified in such a way that it actually hampers people down. In the middle class sense, it doesn't let them have an identity that they prefer. In the upper class sense, it's... Jeez, I can't... No, sorry, I'm wrong there. The upper class sense is the identity you can prefer. The middle class is where you're politically swayed one way or the other. In particular, the whole feminism, anti-feminism movements, for example, you can apply to the right and the left. Sorry, not respectively, the opposite of.
Middle class?
Yeah, and it comes out in the political sense in that on the left you kind of have a mixture of everybody should be doing everything.
So why don't we
And
get...
on the right you have this really rigid, again, role-based hierarchy
Why don't we get into, like, the actual...
of authorization, of what do you call it, submission, and then
Why
what's the
don't
opposite
we
of submission?
use this chart to look at family and then expand that out so that people know even what we're talking about. Within, say, a family, you've got some masculine, feminine. We're calling it alpha and beta here as our archetypes, right?
Right.
And
So...
and this is the yin yang chaos order. We're just in the most broadest sense taking those spiritual forces, if you will, as a role in how they operate to maintain a plateau.
So I think the best way to approach that is to start with the elite class, where you are in your role because there is an overarching contract, if you will, over what is legal and illegal within the movements of your own life, right? Like.
Right, you were saying like that celebrities have to portray the archetypal like structures that are needed for society. If not, they're going to be
Let's go
thrown out.
beyond celebrities. Let's talk bankers, and take a bit of what do you call it? Creative liberty.
What about celebrity bankers?
Don't know any.
By
I don't
celebrity,
know.
I mean the somebody.
I mean like a Rockefeller kind of banker.
Fine.
Not that I know
Yeah,
anything about them specifically.
The point of the
I'm
word
not
celebrity
talking,
meaning
I'm not talking about them
that
specifically, but the hidden bankers.
a number of people know of that person as a role model. That's what I mean by
I
celebrity.
don't know about role model aside from the fact that they have a very large bank account. So, to be more concrete about what I'm talking about is that if you step outside of your given role within that kind of a setup, you're out. You're an embarrassment to the family. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like that kind of elitism, where the image of the family, like everything about the reputation of the family, has to stand a certain way in that field. Like
Sure.
It can't. There's no reality to it.
Now, wait, I just want to step back for 1 second. Does this... Okay, I think this makes sense the way that we're going here. Like, we've laid out these two parallel stacks, and we want to start delving into the personal experience of the plateaus of commodification building up through one's own life.
Right, and then
Right? So-
going from top to bottom in terms of class.
And we're going to start at... Okay, how does class get in here? Because we have different personal stacks then. Some are of the lower, middle, and higher.
I think I had that idea in terms of my head implicitly that I didn't articulate before.
Yeah,
so
we did not.
So when I was making when I was making the diagram, what I was thinking of is the nuclear family, and like the nuclear family, the 2.5 kids, fathers at work, mothers at home.
Right.
That ideal.
Which this is kind of a dying slash transitioning
Right,
whatever.
but there's a couple of facets to it, two of which I feel are important. The one is the fact that it is the ideal for the regular folk, if you will, and the secondary part is that where is it coming from? That thought, that thought comes from the elite ideals. Like society works by copying elitism in some way or perception.
Even like a
as the ideal.
religious people or structure.
Right, like this is the success you emulate. Essentially, that's the ingredient, if you will. So discussing that from that perspective. So first and foremost, the ideal comes from somewhere from. This is speculative, but the thought is that you take the nuclear family ideal. First of all, describe it, which is what I've done in the diagram, and then start to see where it comes from and how it affects the different stages in the social structure itself. So from the top, it's incredibly rigid. If you don't play the role, you're out of the family, and therefore, end of story. You're gone. So it's like very rigid, very what do you call it, selective in its filtering mechanism. But then you encounter a kind of a problem when you try to apply that to the middle class, because the middle class isn't as rigid on its male-female dichotomy as the upper class would be, right? The roles in the upper class, the ideals in the upper class that are given are mythological in essence, in that these are the these are
the elite also has the can afford to portray whatever the shit they want.
Exactly. That's the only reason they get away with it, is because they buy the image constantly. Whereas the middle is more of like an attempt to rise up to that task, and conversely suppress anything that isn't going to to promote that ideal
In practice, but
Right.
you're also getting like the feminism thing, like where the head of the household can be man or woman.
So right. So the pseudo father figure becomes a monogendric entity. Right. So this would become both father and the career father and mother at the same time, with this, the pseudo mother role being occupied by the help from the
Yeah.
lower class.
the poor and all that,
Right. And the cycle continues.
right?
Hold on. Hello?
Personating. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Let me know.
We started.
Cool. So the first thing you could probably notice from this jump from the elitism to the elite to the middle class.
Is a burrito.
Sure. I know.
Aside from that,
Mine is there.
second thing you've noticed is the jump from yes. Go ahead.
So in the jump is this move of the monogender slot into the pseudo father slot. Now, so
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
that can we? That's distracting
Yeah.
as hell.
Oh, I know. Feedback is
So-
off.
Yeah. So what is saying or pointing to, or what we are basically trying to illuminate as a result of this situation, is that the what we would call, say, the left, the political feminist movement in general, where we're trying to look at equality as being something that is systemically available to everybody else. If as we're moving to this representation of that, of the pseudo father, we're looking at the erasure of the mythological feminine traits. What we're doing is, in the setup, so this is not easy to explain. So I mean,
I'm listening. Not
to-
entirely following.
to an extent.
And we haven't introduced this chart well enough. I don't think
Right,
yet.
right.
It's,
So
it's all
there's-
bag right now.
so,
as far as live.
So to begin with, monogender, pseudogender as a subject is much more better explained by 33 myths of the system, not in our rendering. So I would urge everybody else to actually use that as a reference for the actual discussion of what we're talking about here. But
Darren Allen.
yeah. But the gist of it is that the monogenderist sort of perspective is where gender is not is only a conceptual construct in which everybody is the same in the sense of all possible interpretations, and therefore nullifies any potential difference. Right. On the pseudo gender is when you reify actual differences of male and female,
Right.
or left and right,
Okay.
or this and that, and say, no, this one is better, this one is secondary, this one is thirdly, and so on. There's a hierarchy.
Or not better necessarily, but
Hierarchical in some sense.
using this or being able to see this yin and yang reflected in a role situation. So let's take this.
But not necessarily yin yang like, because it's very crusty. It's very what do you
Right.
call it? It's rigid. It doesn't have a flexibility of saying, I cannot fulfill this role based on my physical appearance.
Yes, we're talking about heavy reification of sound bites and whatnot.
Extrinsic reification.
So I
somebody
just-
pushes it on you.
I just wanted to convey a specific example which will allow people to hopefully bridge their understanding with this model and what we've just said. In the family unit at home, the personal in the home, you have your alpha and beta, right, the parents, and then the monogender is the children, because basically they have no say, and it doesn't matter if they're a man or a woman. They're just there to eat and grow up, right, and have
Right.
shelter.
Right. Well, this chart kind of shows you that the monogender, there's a neural unit pre-monogender element. That's the children. So the children, before they are monogender or alpha beta, they could go in either way depending on how they're being brought up. And so this is what the
So within
pseudo
the family-
father injects into the full structure, and then the pseudo mother reinforces within the structure.
So within family, what is monogender doing? What is it there?
So within family, the
Like, let's say the
monogender
nuclear
is
family.
like, within the nuclear family, it's the kid that has no choice but to do what needs to be done. So little Timmy is going to be a successful this and that. Little Jenny is going to be successful this and that. We don't fucking know what little Brian's going to do, so may as well do whatever because it's like an scapegoat.
Well, I was gonna mention before, like, even kids, like a male kid on a farm growing up, would be expected to take up certain chores, and even the female take up certain other chores.
Right.
Like the male is gonna do more.
So all of that.
Chopping
So
and
all
shit.
of that goes into the pseudo gender. You
Towards that.
right. So farming is incidentally the lower level of this, where you see more difference again. So lower class, you see the difference again. It's the
Right.
middle class where things get really murky.
So
So
okay.
so upper class, it's this, and it's specifically this that takes up this spot, and this
Yeah,
takes up this spot.
We'll get into that.
With
Nobody
monogender,
can see what you're
this
pointing at.
I know. I'm telling you, with monogender, this whole thing in the middle class takes over here. With the lower class being the pseudo mother, the help. So what I'm saying
Right.
is that you see a dissipation, a kind of a undifferentiation happening in the middle class because pushing that concern on them detracts from their ability to manage the lower class through the help. So the entire idea here is to keep the middle class as the full-on pseudo-father of the entire industrial world. Right? That's where it makes sense. So you're not looking at it from a perspective of the household anymore. You're looking at it from the perspective of the full corporations. So the monogender middle class, if you will, the mother and the father, in this sense, they don't take up the pseudo mother role at all. Again, pushing it down to a sub system role, but in this case, it's not the female in role. It's the lower class in its
Now
totality.
wait, hold on a sec. So, again, I'm trying to bring this down to analogies that people can see and bridge with. A baby is always monogender because
No, a baby is a neural unit.
Okay.
Monogender and pseudogender are utilitarian labels. They are basically like, what are you doing for the system? So in the monogender sense, it's like all of the garbage, taking care of the pollution, taking care of all the downloads.
Like a catch-all, and I know, like, we just came up with this chart and we haven't really explained it or anything like that.
Right, it's a new thought.
Okay, so but this helps anyways. So a baby as a neural unit. What I was trying to get at is once you're taking on a role by commodifying yourself through identity, that's when the gender is coming up.
So here in the upper class, husband or own husband, wife, right? And here it's going to be like generic takeover, whatever, take over the family business. Reiterating, whoever took over the family business is the pseudo father. The help is the pseudo mother again, so on and so forth.
Monogender as whoever
Raising their
took
children
over.
as alphas and
You're
betas.
pointing at monogender as the one who took over the business?
No, like, yeah, I guess I did that, but that was a mistake. So, okay.
Like, I get the idea
It becomes like a catch-all,
Of a catch-all, right.
for everything that isn't like the main roles of the hierarchy.
but is still
Yeah.
identity, commodification of the self.
Because you always have the like the boss kind of thing, the second in command, right, and then all the underlings. That's the structure there.
Okay.
It goes sideways, right? Why is there a beta in between? It's the middle management. It's the representative of the middle class so monogender is always basically the lower class, if you will, in every way of this chart.
Well,
it's just I am having a difficulty of relaying how the image works in my head with the connections I'm making with the explanation. So it works in 3 layers all at the same time, right? So that's why it's so difficult to try to relay it.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say with the lower class, the pseudo father is the element of the family household that says, okay, we must do what the system tells us to do. It's the import element. It's importing the outside to the inside of the house. Then somebody in the house has to take care of it. That's the pseudo mother. It could be the same person in a lower class family.
See, as far as take care of that is like, so the father commands, okay, this is what the household will do. The mother then commands the children, okay, we're doing this. That's also
To accomplish what the father is.
But that's an alpha thing, though. Still, so,
exactly. So it could be played by the same person in the lower class sense, because there's no choice. You have to play both the high
Right.
Jekyll and
So
Hyde.
we're completely missing the yin aspect here, in which the beta, as we're saying,
has any input.
would be bringing up needs and constraints of the household and saying, okay,
Yeah.
pseudo father,
You're hitting
okay,
it on the
alpha,
nail.
like this shit needs to happen.
You're hitting it on the nail. There's no feedback. It's always one directional. That's why
Right.
it's so dysmorphic. This is a chart of dysmorphism, not
Right,
isomorphism.
right, yeah.
There's never going to be an isomorphism brought up by this. When the dysmorphic, rigid system takes place, this is the rigidity that reinforces it. This is the meme, if you will, that is replicated over and over, and it's so boring.
Okay, so within the family,
It is boring
basically,
as fuck.
without feedback, the alpha just whips the shit out of the beta, however it feels like, and doesn't listen to the constraints of the family.
There is nothing to listen to. There is no channel back.
Okay, so then I'm confused almost, like why even beta is included here, unless we're using this as a...
To relay, the beta is included here to supplement this element, because whatever is brought up from the neural units.
By this element, do you have to say pseudo-mother?
Yeah, so whatever is brought up by the pseudo-gender from the neural elements is what reifies itself as pseudo-mother and pseudo-father backwards, right? Like that's the cycle it goes through. And so alphas and betas from the help, if you will, become the pseudo-fathers and the pseudo-mothers of their own households in turn.
So this is another distinction we have to make clear with this diagram. We are talking...
There's a cycle going on.
This is mapping out of a dysmorphic, what we're seeing, which creates plateaus.
Yeah.
In which case the alpha isn't just like, literally Jesus Christ as the head of the family or something like that, which it would be a more...
Hence the pseudo-father.
It's the red pill type, oh, I'm going to tell you what to do, and now you're going to follow because you're the beta.
Again, this is why it reifies as a pseudo-father, not a father in the colloquial sense. The pseudo element there is meant to at least remove some of that dignity out of the
term father.
Out of that, and the entire patriarchal element of the system itself.
Okay, so that's good. I think we've come to a good, clear point.
Yep.
To distinguish what we're doing here with this chart and with these plateaus. We are talking about civilization, and we are saying that it's gone very bad and very wrong in many ways, many fundamental ways from the very beginning. And we're trying to point to the very beginning of what exactly happened. That way, we can unravel sort of that way we know whatever we come up with to address, oh, there's problems in the world, oh, I need to be an activist about this or that. If you don't go this deep, you haven't gone deep enough, and all you're doing is recuperating the problem back into the system and allowing the system to survive longer in its current state. If you don't go deep, you are the recuperation.
It's not just going deep. It's the It's the attempt to dismantle the system a piece at a time, because every piece that is being dismantled is inadvertently the stepping on toes of somebody who is in the same boat from a different direction,
Mm-hmm.
simply trying to meet ends meet. This is when our this is actually the conversation for which our second diagram is much more relevant.
We've brought this up before, too.
Yeah. So each individual sound bite,
And this is one reason.
in an attempt to dismantle it, is not going to be dismantled by the fact that there are many other sound bites dependent upon it existing.
Right. So you are essentially, let's say, killing someone's job by proposing something. So they're listening to you. Oh, what's your ideal world, or how should things work? The first thing they hear out of your mouth is basically that they're going to be unemployed. Okay, well, that soundbite has to come with many other sound bites, basically a parallel system entirely. And this is the whole mimetic medicine problem, that you have to come with an entire thing. Okay, well, it actually all works like this. And then how do you transition from one to the other, right? Because everybody's going to feel hurt by all these sound bites, because what you're saying is basically we can't be doing things the way we're doing because it operates as a cancer, exploding exponentially for growth and profit, right? And that's what allows everybody to live. But there are ways of harmonizing and having a solid state society.
Live is a strong word. Survive. The system only cares for the survival, not living, because it is
survive.
It's incapable of not erasing meaning out of survival. Right? Survival is operational, and living is, again, is going to become mythological. And the only reason it's becoming mythological isn't to some like fancy idea or anything. It's because the constituents of doing anything throughout life is connected to the meaning behind the action. It's just what life is, meaningful. All right. It's not a magical meaning. It's just a matter of the operational fact of it in itself. And so when the operational facts of the system neglect the operational fact of what is the system built out of, that's what we are describing as dysmorphism. It's really not a complicated idea.
So any
that's strange. Really.
Any mimetic medicine has to take into account the lived position of anybody who's going to be invested in it in transition,
which happens to be everybody who lives. That's the other, I would say, abstract blocker, in that because it pertains to everybody that lives, it starts to become like a shit show of populism. Like, are you on my side or on that side, or not on my side? Where inadvertently that actually happens to divide the very playing field that is required for the quote unquote fix up of the playing field. So yeah, it's true that burning myself here. It's true that twisting everything into systems is going to detract from the problem rather than solve it. But the inability to discuss it is also not going to help anyone while that's happening.
Sure.
Which is really why we're trying to do that. I think.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, this is the critique of inaction or whatever. But I would say the way that we've oriented our work, in that we're going to be creating corporation out of this.
Right, to engage the system on its own terms. That's
which we've talked a lot about. We have the structure laid out. We could almost just sign papers right now and do it.
Everything but the product.
Products are work in progress.
Yeah. Incidentally, the most abstract thing of it is not yet done. 'Cause
That's the way hyperstition works, though.
a product needs niche. It does need to work with the system in a way that is not hostile to it. Otherwise, like the typical thing happens, like the system simply rejects that which doesn't support it. So
Yeah. Understood. No, I think we have
So-
a good, very
getting
good
under
vision.
getting under that radar is not a small feat.
Think about the amount of demand, though. Like, if we can properly advertise, quote unquote, the amount of demand that's building up right now, with people, quote unquote, kind of awakening to like the shittiness of the system.
So you know what's funny about that?
That's a tinderbox
You know how
powder keg.
You know how I tend to like go like my solipsistic way into like the soul and the zeitgeist, right? Like, and just try to mention those subjects. Those are not necessarily that arbitrary, though. The reason that the soul being like the negative space left behind the ego, right? The neglect, the constant build-up of not meeting the needs of the organism, the social network.
And wait, so in the context of plateaus, we're talking about that which has not been commodified. So the inverse side of it.
Or the fact of something being commodified. The fact that something has been commodified takes away from something that is real.
Something
and
that could
it's
be
missing,
there.
and that's feeding that. So if we're talking about souls that way, what we're saying is that this zeitgeist and whatnot is not as solipsistic. It's the very same feeling that is driving the need to have these discussions, right? It's like,
yeah, exactly.
You were talking about how like, shit. What did you say that prompted me to say this?
I don't know. We're creating a corporation. We have a vision. We've been creating this model to help describe the plateaus, for example, to give us a context of where we are in time and pseudo-history.
But more like the fact that the zeitgeist is like this sense of desperation, or like the quote-unquote, the way I equated it to the first noble truth of suffering.
Right, and so this is the true zeitgeist, though. And
that's why I called it the zeitgeist.
Anything that claims to be zeitgeist related is probably going to be dealing with this fact that we've been building up on plateaus.
Then you know, like the movie. The movie was an attempt to do that.
Yeah.
But it's a great example of a failure. And the reason is because specifically because it's trying to attack it soundbite by soundbite. It's trying to say, this is a problem with the system. This is a problem.
Basically,
with the
critical
system.
theory.
But it's never going to say that the system is the problem. So because it doesn't take that step, it fails. Face flat on its essay. I mean, we're not exactly poised to success either in that sense, because
in a much better position in that sense, though.
The only thing that we are quote unquote claiming, again, that's a very sort of out there
claim. How to deal with the system? It's something that does exist.
It's to basically say that we need a corporate shell to begin anywhere. We need the shelter, the main natural concern addressed in a social setting, and that is to create the kind of shelter that the corporate world that we exist in understands, which is just yet another corporation.
And this is how you do transition, basically. And I think the Zeitgeist movie, I didn't watch it, but anyways, it wouldn't say like, okay, the system really freaking sucks, but now let's make a system which camouflages with the system and then transition into something better.
Right. It only attacks, again, points in the system without trying to tackle the system, which inadvertently just keeps the system in place. So there is no necessity. I guess it doesn't make sense to say that there's a difference from just what we've just said about creating the corporate shell, but with the idea of the corporate shell expanding over to other incorporate, if you will, other individuals who run businesses and so on and so forth, further and further and further. That's the idea behind the spread inside of a corporate shell. So it spreads in the
Right.
same way that a monopolistic corporate would be spreading, but in the same at the same time, because of its internal workings,
Right.
it wouldn't. It only really acts as a shell.
And we're talking about the guild here, and this is something that can, through a system of guilds, not quote unquote infiltrate, but any corporation can be sliced along role.
Right. Like
Right.
if you expand the whatever the different institutions that the guild is within the corporate shell, have it subdivided like into this corporation is that institution, this corporation is that institution, right? Everybody's a member. That goes back to our economic discussion way back when. That becomes all of the owners, all of the quote unquote shareholders, if you will, in the legal sense, but it's because the ownership happens at the lowest level of every corporation in the system. The leadership is selected by their mastery of any given thing, and there's charts behind what that means. So
It's been a while.
it's not quite as flippity floppity as I'm making it out to be right now, as we have all of that laid out for the most part, everything but the products themselves. So the interrelationship between the corporation and the institution is incredibly important in the reversal of the relationship between supply and demand to demand and supply.
Right.
And demand and supply is the key element to the reversal of the economic structure of the guild versus what happens right now.
Right. And this kind of brings us back to the pseudo beta. Like, we're having an actual demand and supply, not just
Well, yeah, the
push
supply
down.
has to happen because of a demand, rather than, we have a
Exactly.
supply of something, let's find a demand.
So this
for
would be the
it.
relationship within the family, the purpose of the beta, quote unquote, to give
The label-
constraints.
No, you can't use those labels in the isomorphic sense. Those things disappear. There's no monogender. There's no pseudo father. There's no pseudo mother. There's mother and father. There's male and female. In that structure,
Masculine and feminine.
right? But there is no market. There's no, and the neural units are not differentiated from
And
any of the
and this
archetypes.
gender identity doesn't have to be reified either. If you're a male kid, you can still scream because you're hungry, and therefore your demand becomes supplied, right?
Yeah, like the entire structure of this square becomes nullified.
Right.
And that's the ideal in our minds to sort of not break the structure per se, but to have it so recognized to the fact that it's just another abstraction that is recognized as such and not become real in the actual moment to moment.
Right.
of
So
the
this
individual.
reification problem, like, that's my field. Those are my grains. We're gonna fight you now because we want our feast alcohol.
Yeah. The idea to pose the structure right there is to give the altruistic viewpoint a kick in such a way that doesn't try to recreate it. Because every response that goes with, okay, I'll use the system to recuperate mine using them, right, is just creating the structure again. And the attempt here is to show the structure, not to reify it, because we are saying this is the dysmorphic structure
Right.
upon which feminism, for example, is trying to unhinge from the political scene, but it's only happening in one layer. This is an attempt to qualify it on all layers, such that it can be seen happening throughout.
So I'm pretty sure this would be like in line with xenofeminism, just the thing of
Yeah, the superstitious stuff,
Heard, like-
where the conversation, like, I'm gonna risk this. So the whole no means no makes sense, right? On the superficial level, when you have actual consent, that is, the person you're involved with, language is something else. There's play, there is teasing, there is a back and forth, there's a conversation happening. You can't stamp out one using the other, otherwise you're killing life.
Right.
So
Yeah.
yes, no means no. In the context of where the most straightforward context, but when you're talking to somebody who's like, okay, I can only really use anecdotal experiences, obviously. The interaction between a question and the answer and whatnot is contextual. So in one moment it becomes one thing, and the next moment it becomes another thing, and that has to do with changing comforts, changing circumstances, and like whatever. They're not whatever, but lots of elements can go into it, and so to hinge it on language alone, right? Just the words being spoken, if you will,
Right.
only makes sense when you have zero previous interaction with understanding what the consent,
Right.
where the consent comes from.
So what you're talking about
So consent is not
you must
that explicit.
you
if
must
will.
assume a participant coherence in any new relationship at best.
Mhm.
And participant has to, by definition, take things literally and on faith.
Right.
And beyond that, that's a different question.
In a membership style of a relationship where you're both part of the same unit, if you will, emotionally speaking, which happens in a prolonged relationship, for example, these kinds of things start to break down. For example, when I tease you about like your stances on the vaccine, right? Like I jab at you.
No, you don't.
Are you insulted?
Get away from me.
Right. That's what I mean. Like
You better not.
every word has a different meaning, depends on who hears it and why. And so there's something to be said about this kind of what did you call it? Zionistic feminism?
So I was mentioning xenofeminism as kind of a stepping completely back as almost an alien type of apprehension of yin and yang. Yeah,
so the question is really not about whether no means no. Of course it does, right? When that's the level of interaction. But the level of interaction between two individuals that really understand each other cannot be judged by simply the words being spoken. And that is, as far as I can
Except for the safe word.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. They know. They already would know this. And that's the core. And it's a mistake for bystanders, right, to overlay one over the other, which is fundamentally what becomes the problem now. It's not the interpersonal connection, of which the participants actually can come to terms with, but it's the bystander interjection that says these words were spoken, therefore this meaning was made.
This is the law in society. You have a centralization, a central authority in namespace, which dictates the space-time, the universe. Basically,
Well,
the cosmos.
what's a legal name?
These
in
are the
Finland?
things these are the objects within reality. These are the words that can be spoken. If this happens and that happens, then this legal conclusion.
Again, let's go back. Let's go to my other diagram then, because that diagram up is all about that.
I just want to make sure that we didn't get completely off track, because so what we're doing, we wanted to try and describe the family unit as a plateau.
I would even say pseudo-family.
Pseudo-family, fine.
Like we can't call it a real family.
Under the home plateau, so we're having the raising of kids or whatever, the home where you're born, you're raised into.
Yeah.
And
with the injection of the egoic counterpart of the system into that home, coming through what we call the pseudo-father. The maleness of it has to do with the fact that it's like the order, top-down order, the patriarchal sort of layout of reality, if you will, that the home has to support in order for the market to function.
Right. To supply workers, the workforce.
Right. And again, this is coming from the ideal of the nuclear family where the wife stays at home. So
Mhm.
the next layer of that is, well, the
Right.
wife being the full boss of the home, but not an external market force outside of buying
Okay.
power, whatever.
Right. Now, I think I wanted maybe just I don't know if we'll compare this to the social yet, but moving from home to school, I just wanted to kind of like at
Okay.
least let's get that one little step there, because then we're showing how okay, now you have the teacher and the principal instead of
Exactly.
instead
Yes.
of the pseudo
So-
father, pseudo mother.
So the structure repeats itself, except you get the more less personal structure of the exact same thing. So you have generally female teachers with generally male principals running all schools, right?
Not really.
Yeah.
But I see the
I
role.
mean, statistically
the role,
speaking-
anyways. Statistically, it's
speaking-
probably skewed that way a little
Yeah.
bit. So let's
well,
say
it's
that's
not skewed. It's not skewed by accident.
let's say it's significant.
I think the significance has everything to do with females getting the shunt in the shunted to the caregiven role from like the elite perspective, like that shunt is given.
Mm.
The male is given the shunt to the authoritative role again to represent the elite structure, and so most of the heuristics that deal with setting up the setting tend towards that situation.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not a clear cut. Obviously, there will be examples.
Yeah, and I
to
wonder
the
in
contrary.
higher academia if maybe tenuring might be towards the pseudo father as well, because
Definitely.
then you're pulling the
The
party
more elite
along.
you get, the more more rigid that structure
Right.
becomes. And so, to extrapolate the general scene that we're seeing in schooling, not education, but schooling in general, is
Mhm.
that you have male authoritative figures running the school with female educators, bringing up all of the different neural units to play their different roles from from the upper, middle, and lower class, with the alphas and the betas taking their pseudo-gendered positions, with the monogender tending towards the lower positions of upkeep.
Mm-hmm.
The poor students.
Right, the riffraff. Okay, so I think that's great. Like just to have that, so that people watching live or otherwise can see on the personal side, we're showing a reflection through the plateaus, the home plateau, then the school plateau, and I don't know if we want to get into job moving out. Like
you get the same
could,
thing, except it gets a little bit more murky. You get
Right.
your boss, you get your manager, and
boss
then
and
you get
managers,
your
or
peons.
owner and manager.
And
Right.
amongst the peons, you get the high quality ones that you want to tokenize, alpha, beta, and the rest just get the chaff.
Mm-hmm.
As often.
Right. Tokenization, and then so moving out. Like why don't we just just go right through quickly? What is that? So you're having your own household, obviously. So now, how is this doesn't really translate exactly to that. So you've got a landlord, assuming, or you've got the bank, or somehow you bought your own house, which is
Moving out?
yeah. Right, like
No, moving out is your attempt to deal with the world without the household support for the first time. It's not meant to indicate that you have moved out successfully, but
Mhm.
rather the cutoff from the teat of your household. So now
Mhm.
you're solely reliant on whatever
So
manager and boss.
you've been dabbling in the job environment and managed to have an income.
Yeah, so
and
this is
that's
like-
what allows you to
Yeah, this is what we call the dead end job, the Wendy's, the McDonald's, the where you can't build a life out of it, or if you do, you're stuck. If you remember Gale,
Mm-hmm.
15 years and counting.
Yeah, so these next two ones, they seem very low, like low bar. Um, we're trying to emulate our own pseudo father from household, in that we are providing our own income through a job, and then also we are acquiring our own shelter through that job to get that. But maybe not. Maybe we just couch surfed and we just ran away from home or something and couch surfed. That's moving out, right?
Uh, so this is where it can go in a variety of ways, and you get to become whatever class you are. So if you can't, so if you can't do a career, for example, you can be forever stuck in job and and job and moving out phases, like never ending.
And this
And
is
then-
basically the poor class, the low class.
Right. What's interesting about that is that it's a failure to actualize the plateau, right? So you become below standard by definition, lower class by definition of that. The plateau is not you're not capable of supporting yourself on the plateau, and so because you're somewhere below it, you're like you're garbage. It's garbage.
Mm-hmm. So this draws an interesting parallel. If we
Which
look,
is how we see people treated,
if we look at
right?
the just noticing the parallel here, like you could almost say, okay, job and moving out is kind of like could be a perpetual failure. Maybe it's just your first steps out of the nest. But in the same way, the empire and nation state are also a failure to achieve a corporate state.
Right. Yeah, it's
That-
like comparing the third world to first world, if you will,
Mm-hmm.
where they haven't integrated their nation into the corporate network.
Mm-hmm. And so it's continually and perpetually volatile.
It's at the whims of the greater corporate network. Because the corporate network will not treat it any differently than a corporation,
Mm-hmm.
which it does not. And when it succeeds in penetrating that, it will treat every citizen as a corporation, which is already the case with most of the nations anyway, simply because they cannot treat it any other way than the market anyway to begin with. So it's already it's already pre-set up for that.
Mm-hmm. Right. So let's just move along with career. This is
Career is when the system has fully recouped your activities to the point of where your moving out in your job functions are such that it feeds the economy specifically, not as a not from the not as a pick me up from like the Wendy's world of, if you will, like, oh, I need a meal, I need this, I need that, but more like which abstraction are we pushing towards here, which abstraction are we pushing towards here, like
So-
like mine in your career, like what new thing can we build?
I'm kind of, this makes me think of like towards growth, that your output is being captured by society into
Mhm.
growth rather than just the sustaining.
Yeah, that's the key there, and very few people move into that actual personal plateau.
Mm-hmm.
So personal plateaus can stagnate, despite the fact that the virtual state is running. That's basically the difference between making it and not in that situation. And everybody who does not make it gets to be below the below class, the either the poor class or furthermore criminal or insane.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So
Right. And so we'll end there with family then. And this, obviously, we're seeing a loop complete where you're having kids.
yeah, like some people don't make it out as the
Um,
school part.
Or is kids like physical biological reproduction, is that a constraint of here?
No,
or
it's always about bringing up another layer. So it doesn't have to be a biological thing. It's fostering, mentoring.
Mhm.
Bringing anybody who's brought into the fold becomes the neural unit of the cycle.
Right. Okay, so this is kind of like
And then
reminds
they
me
get
of.
and then they get shafted into their alpha, beta, and
This reminds me of
mono.
the general mastery, in that resonance is happening outwards to lift others up into the system.
Mastery is one way.
I'm just reflecting. I'm not saying that this is isomorphic.
Collector is the default, right? Everybody's the collector to begin with, and so that the reification of the collector in a dysmorphic sense, in the accumulation of, say, possessions instead of understanding, gives the difference between
Mhm.
mastery and non.
Or like, for example, if you're operating within a gang setting and you manage to bring some people up under your influence.
So, okay, that is definitely talking about this setting right here. This is the gang, and this is you,
So
and this is your influence,
and we're not on that.
and this is whatever influence you
Let's
have.
just go to that. So the gang as the market.
Right. If you're trying to
Pseudo-father.
if you're trying to become somebody within the gang, right? Like you assume the role of the pseudo father of whatever little section you're trying to accumulate, but collect, if you will.
Right.
As
But I
oppo-
mean, that would be a family type of operation if you're
Yeah.
pulling people up under you
This is
to
such
build
a-
yourself up. You're collecting them, basically.
Yeah, this is a very generic version of quote unquote family. It's not meant to only represent the biological
Right.
nuclear family, but it's just what it's modeled on.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But you see the remnants of that process in all layers, including social ones, gang included, where the market is the gang. You have to fight for position within said market. You relay the systemic information to whatever underlings you might have under you. You use whatever pseudo mother you can have to manage your underlings for you. You're number two.
Number two, yeah.
And yeah, and then from there you have your alphas who are willing to proceed with your orders, and betas are willing to submit to alphas, and everybody else is just too fucking scared to do anything else.
Mm-hmm. So with family, we notice a loop being completed in that neural units are being brought up into. So you've gone out on your own, and now you are bringing others up to where you were.
And so the job of the entire thing, if you will, is to maintain this little plateau layer, if you will, of things that you're placing upwards, uploading into it, and so the market can go down, pick them up, and redo its thing. And as long as the market is happy with the arrangement of the plateau you've given it, your version of it, if it matches the plateau commodification plateau in general, because imagine a mismatch. Society, the general population, the big boss of the mafia expects these things to be correct, right? But you're like in a tribal setting thinking these things are what that means.
Mhm.
That mismatch is going to create a lot of anger.
At some point, yeah.
Like, nobody wants your coconuts if they're looking for gold, right? So
Mhm.
if your plateau, if you're rising up, is not in the right commodification setup, right? The market cannot use it, and not being able to utilize it, it sees it as a foreign substance, thing to
Yeah.
reject, a thing to
Also, you've got
punish.
a management structure here which has to proceed. Otherwise, the head boss is going to be like, well, I can't control this section. Now I'm going to kill it. I'm just going to cut
Right.
it off.
So think about this and the situation where you have tribal societies coming up against modern societies, and the tribal society has basically nothing to put up onto its little plateau sliver. right? Like the only thing it can do is like way up here in its social strands, where it could give you some tobacco leaves, it could give you some coconuts, right? Like I'm just picking on shit. I'm being very arbitrary. Like you put that thing on the market, and the market goes at you like, "What the fuck is this? I got shit like this. I don't need it. I don't need it from you. You do something much more useful for me, or just don't do shit at all. Don't be there." So, hence the violence.
Human trafficking.
Human trafficking,
common denominator.
amongst other things, yeah. Break?
Yeah, let's take a short break here and pop right back onto it. Be right back. Because I just want to contextualize this whole thing here for just a minute. So we got this whole alphas and betas thing going on, and we've got this whole structure of society, and we're trying to bring this back to where did it all start, and what is the one sort of thing or pattern that we keep seeing throughout all civilization, through the plateaus, through this all building. And I want to relate this back to this idea of like the patriarchy and this one-way hierarchy going from the top to the bottom. So everybody in society thinks, if you're the alpha, quote unquote, I'm the boss, I'm the manager, yeah. But you've got someone above you barking orders down on you. So you're a beta in a way, right?
That's the irony.
And then on this plateau, you're the alpha, right? So depending what plateau or what the
not
structure,
plateau, yeah,
not plateau, the corporate structure, this kind of stuff.
Rank, but depending on your rank.
Plateau would be an entirely different meta structure, but yeah. So rank within society, traded on the market. This is
It's ironic.
Yes. In that you're thinking you're the alpha, you're the boss, you're the big boss, but if you go up if you look at a different structure, you are actually the beta.
More fundamentally,
to that.
You're only here's a more fundamental element. You only can consider yourself to be the alpha, if you will, by being given some kind of token extrinsically by something else to tell you you are an applicable alpha in this context.
Right. So this whole society and everything is setting up like a bank account, numbers in your bank account, they're setting up your title, you've received a certificate. That can all be taken away from you in a snap, and before you know it, you're not the alpha anymore. So this entire structure, and what we're seeing is a lack of feedback a projection of the mind, a reification down onto the world, the environment, everything around it, other
Without
people,
taking any feedback from it.
without
yeah.
taking it back. That destroys the relationship. This whole yin yang thing, completely destroyed, obliterated, replaced with this weird,
Commodification,
weird, yeah, like
So
alpha beta dynamic.
So in the picture, the alpha and the beta and the monogender dynamic is completely made ubiquitous by the plateau that is presented to the market after the fact. So whatever happens in alpha beta whatever dynamics, right, and non-alpha beta dynamics on the other side, on the flip side, where they don't make any sense, is that regardless, all of that uploads as product for the market to further exchange with currency. So you can buy the alphas, you can buy the betas, and you can buy your neither. And again, alpha, beta, and whatever are more like pointer words than specific red pill
Cosmologies.
We're basically appropriating here to the max so that we can give them less credit than possible. So that's the case behind those words. Just to clarify that part.
Right, and to that point, yes, we are also basically destroying, and not destroying, but making showing the self-mockery of the system. In that this
Right.
this
We're not
isn't
giving-
you're not traditional, like you're not any of this or that.
Right, it's not traditional, and we're not giving any credence to the alpha beta dichotomy whatsoever. That's not the case. The reason they're mentioned here is because we're trying to show the dysmorphic, patriarchal flow of reification, if you will, that
Pseudo patriarchal.
that causes these abstractions to materials as if they were real to some people. And unfortunately to enough people that the system is perpetuated the way it is. That's the real key behind the word's
And
choice.
There's an interesting thing here. Like I was thinking, okay, patriarchal or pseudo patriarchy. Well, what about matriarchy, which is a patriarchy, right? Like if you're gonna use the mind to push down your order and control onto things, guess what? You're right back at patriarchy.
Right. So the idea is not to put the female or the male at the head. The idea is not to say, oh, the pseudo father needs to be female, because this is already what you get with the middle class, where the monogender is the full-blown systemic reification of that class, in which the whole monogender box becomes the pseudo father, once again neglecting being the pseudo mother in general, and offloads the task to somebody else entirely, therefore not reifying, and
Right.
being just as hateful to the female, regardless of the biological sex
So
involved.
this makes me think about the polyverse, and this is like a parallel of the polyverse. It's like a subset of the polyverse, which is it has this reified structure. Have we labeled this or labeled it in such a way?
I don't think I've ever mentioned polyverse. Well, I might have mentioned gender relationships in polyverse, but I've always talked about it in the sense of myth. All I remember is iterating over the fact that we don't see gender as a useful anything outside of the mythological framework. So whatever the mythological framework tells you about gender is the only useful metric for the words. And on top of that, we've said that the systemic reification of gender is absolutely useless. And so by saying that, what we're saying in here is that when we're talking about the pseudo mother, the pseudo father, and the alpha and the beta and all of these kinds of words, we're saying that in the isomorphic sense, they don't actually need to be reified at all. And this
Right.
reification is missing the point of the model to the effect of becoming a spectacular system onto itself, and ensuring that it does not reach back down to its own roots and whatever I'm trying to say here. It's making sure it's self-isolated from where it becomes.
Cut from feedback.
Right. That's its own emergence is cut off from itself.
Yeah, so the term polyverse, are we taking that to mean isomorphic always, or is this a
No.
broad? Okay, so within
A
that...
polyverse has all the meta-narratives
Yeah.
splashed out throughout
Right.
it. All of,
So-
most of which are obfuscated to fuck.
So I want to distinguish then, I guess, between isomorphic holarchic stacking or whatever with feedback at each layer, and something like plateaus of commodification, where you've got this slotting of alphas who are actually betas at the next layer, and it's composed of alphas who are actually betas at the next layer higher, right?
Yeah, yeah.
We're seeing a cosmology sort of appear.
Yeah.
Have we labeled that? I don't know.
We have not ever ventured into that, but interestingly enough, usually these kinds of cosmologies end up with, like, I'll use Egypt because it's the easiest to picture the pharaoh being the god king on the earth, right? So what's funny about that is like the ultimate beta, because the god of that he is king, a representative of, is ultimately unreachable in the concrete sense, right? He's a representative of the sun or whatever, a deity ruling out there, ruling over here. So ultimately the ultimate alpha is never reachable and never touchable, and there is no such thing.
Right.
And so everybody is ironically always a perpetual beta kind of a or worse, of course.
Now, wait a minute though, because
But there's
that beta pharaoh can choose to assume the role of alpha,
that's exactly it.
which cuts off from the gods.
right, which is again
Because there is the idea of a philosopher king.
all
right?
that demonstrates is the superstition. It does nothing but demonstrate the superstition behind this level of thinking. It tries to take the symbolic representations and shunt them around, and then take that shunting as reality.
Right.
So in
Classic.
in all senses, this is essentially a complete superstition, and this is why it is dysmorphic by definition. Like, this is not a diagram of of something to repeat.
I'm just wondering if we've come up with a better word yet than patriarchy. Because for some reason that word annoys me a little. I don't know why. Maybe because I'm a man.
Because it
Because I
is-
identify as a man.
Right. That has to do with your own colloquial linguistic problem in the
Yeah.
first place. Matriarchy and patriarchy are the same thing.
That's what I said.
Feminism and masculinism are the same thing. The issue at hand is not, if you try to reify either word by the mythological creature that they're in reference to, you're fucked. You're fucked in your interpretation, I mean. And the reason being is that neither exists without the other. Not in our experience, right? Not in our experience as being born beings. We can't exist without both parts. And secondary to that, we, in a social structure, are flooded with both, right? Like, we're both, we have, on the one hand side, all males that have ever been born that we've come in contact with, and all the females that have been born and we're coming in contact with. And that is our full experience of society. Not one, not the other. It's both. And the only thing you can do from that point on is neglect one experience over the other. So there's zero ways to go about it in which there's only one.
I think you're talking about the schism here in general. but
It's
I
a
don't.
schism in between men and women. It's a schism between heart and mind, which is the same schism in a sense.
Or mind and body.
The heart oftentimes is correlated with the female chaotic sort of
The emotional.
the emotional, yes, but emotional is a loaded word, and men are far more emotional than they give themselves credence to.
Speaking for yourself.
Speaking for all men.
Okay.
Like, there's no point. There's no way to go around that. It's feelings are there. They're not gone
Sure.
just because you express them one way or the other.
Right. It's in juxtaposition to the rationalities, quote unquote.
Right. And of course, there's more socially acceptable avenues for expression. Right. So women are. Due to their ironic stance as being given the more emotional archetype, right?
Mm-hmm.
When emotion is expressed by women, it's almost as if like, oh yeah, duh. So it's begging the question right there. It's like putting the conclusion before the event. So whenever it happens to men, it's seen as a contrary, as a one-off event, because men are not supposed to be. So something must have really bad have happened for it.
Right. Okay. So,
So
we're also
that's
talking
it.
about masculine and feminine dichotomy, which we can relate through chaos and order, yin and yang, and all that. Right.
Right, and all I'm
So-
talking about is the preference for society to say that the expression of one is more valid than the other, despite the fact that
Mhm.
both come from the same space, the same reason, and the same vulnerability, if you will. People break down because they break down, not because they have one set of genitals versus another. And I mean, how could any argument to the contrary is going to start again begging the question.
Right. And we're not here to set up a bunch of experiments and do all this whatever.
Right. Which is why also we can't speak to the social construct of gender as it is now. In particular, to do with identity. Our position on identity is very different than what the social issues demand it to be. Right? We can't acknowledge identity as being a viable method of thinking of yourself as something this or that. We look at identity as an ephemeral event that happens throughout a process, right? And so the idea of gender identification, in turn, does not really make sense to put on that platform. That's just the gist of it. So, roles are accepted.
This is that mythic reification.
Exactly,
Right.
exactly. So roles are fair game, and taking on a role here and there of the domestic role, the extrinsic role of work, whatever. Sure, we'll call them quote unquote male and female, but we're not tying them to what set of genitals you might have.
Right. And I guess with feminism, like, that's kind of been blasted through, basically. Like,
Right, and this is the other gripe I have with the whole no means no problem, in that if that's the case, these other issues become impossible to discuss properly.
Is this gonna, is this discussion gonna turn to cats at all, or anything? Cats?
I'm sorry, I don't
Inside
get it.
joke.
I
Inside
don't
joke.
get it.
Only I get it.
I
It's a
know about.
SOTS thing.
Oh yes, herding cats.
Not more than that.
Okay, I don't
think,
know.
yeah, you were ostracized one time for making this particular statement about cats.
What did I say?
Something to do with one cat saying no, and then the other cat doesn't understand English. And how cats tend to be that way.
Does not ring any bells.
Well, cats are rapey.
Yes. Yes. I had witnessed this firsthand.
Yeah, but anyways, we don't need to go there.
Cat gangbang.
Yeah.
I witnessed that as a young man.
Shaped your views on life?
No. Because then I read cats have like barbed penises or something.
Oh yeah.
That's like a kind of violence in sexual relations I can't actually get behind
Mm-hmm.
whatsoever.
Cool. So yeah, we've gone through this whole stack: home, school, job, moving out, career, family. Just this idea of different sort of plateaus kind of emerging in your own personal responsibility, quote unquote, within the system of the virtual state platform, right? Which kind of regulates almost everything. And we're moving towards this complete virtual state, which is a totalitarian type of system, right?
Which will never feel like it.
Right.
This is where you need to understand a little bit of Huxley. I'm not saying I do. I have an indirect understanding, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
But the idea of self-censorship, the idea of carrot and stick being the main ingredient in decision making.
So Huxleyan being beta, Orwellian alpha.
Yeah. So with Huxley, you get the alpha beta distinction. However, when you try to analyze it, it looks like the monogendered mix, because everybody's sort of self-censored themselves into alpha beta positions. Speaking of, this is what I wanted to mention.
Mm-hmm.
Even this diagram pinpoints something interesting about that relationship between alpha, beta, and the rest of the monogender.
Yeah.
The available slots, if you will, they're smaller. There's less slots in the alpha and the beta positions
Fine.
than there are to get into in the monogender.
Yeah. That's not explicitly put into this chart, but you can see and point to
But
that.
no, the chart implicitly starts to illuminate that fact.
But like, let's say 10 to 1 is a gendered to monogender.
You mean the other way around?
Just guessing.
Yeah,
yeah,
no.
1 to 10. Yeah.
Yeah, the 1%, if you will.
Or something like that.
So if
yeah.
if the 1% makes it into the alpha, you got like the whatever percent that makes it into the beta, and the rest just eats shit.
Say like 4%.
Yeah, the rest eats shit.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the structure set up from the household all the way to the entire social structure.
And we like when we see this, what do you call it? Self-similarity between on scale invariant structures. We like to see those.
Well, that's the only thing that makes it this universal and useful.
Mm-hmm.
If
Yeah,
this
and
works
not
on the
just
scales.
arbitrary to some little niche, but we can say, you're seeing this everywhere.
You're right.
Apply it to whatever you like, and there it is.
Right. So again, the pseudo-mother and the pseudo-father can be looked at ideally as the what do you call it? The nuclear family. But yeah, the structure will show up in school. The structure will show up at work. It will show up with your landlord,
Mm-hmm.
if you recall.
Oh yeah. Sure will. Cool. Good. Cool. Yep. So within civilization, we're seeing this, basically the Great Schism, as we've called it, creates this situation where the mind is disconnected from the body. It's one way to say it. In other words, the mind has a virtual kind of reality which keeps getting projected, but it never learns from what happens. It just keeps projecting and projecting, and out of that, you get this cancer that grows, and these plateaus have built up through all of society, and now we're at basically the tail end of that whole process, and we're describing within a single lifetime what it looks like to move through all of these plateaus, and that's what it looks like.
And to be inserted back into the virtual state at which the full-blown society is actually sitting at, well, of which the other plateaus are constituents of, and so you're, to some extent, you look at your house as a walled city. To some extent, you look at your house as an empire. To some extent, you look at your house as a nation, right? And to some extent, and most people now will definitely see their household as a corporate state. Maybe not explicitly, but at least in terms of its function, because you're paying your bills, you're sustaining your whatever payments to mortgage or your rent or whatever. All of these activities, your medical conditions, whatever, all of these activities are business-like activities that you're performing with transaction-like paperwork.
And all of your time is dedicated to satisfying those basic constraints of your bills.
Yeah,
basically.
the system doesn't recognize anything except the forms you fill out. Case in point, for my quote-unquote universal health care that we are so proud of here in Canada, my card expired, and the only way to revalidate my existence in this country is to provide other documentation that said other things about me that are completely fucking irrelevant to
You were
who I am
born.
and my biology. Because, you know, somehow this shot or whatever I had to get it is codependent on where I had been in the past 2 years, despite the fact that it doesn't matter. Because it almost doesn't matter. Like, I mean, if the history makes sense to track for
Did you have to get a new
this
health
disease,
card just to do that?
No, I didn't.
You already had.
I got
new
the
card.
I did the renewal, and that went fine. And they didn't require the renewal to be finalized or anything, because you know our great government is actually given some leeway in these regards.
Wow,
So
that's such a shock. I'm actually very surprised. Why didn't the bureaucracy come through for us?
they are coming.
You
through.
illegitimate.
They are doing this exact.
They just allowed
the meme,
illegitimate.
this is why I love that meme of plugging that leak so fast, like bam, because this
They're-
is the reaction.
They are never so motivated to
But
do
this
that.
is the reaction. You cannot leak the workforce. You're okay. Going back to the diagram.
No.
Going back to the
Okay.
diagram. Why is there a pseudo father and a pseudo mother? That's the muscle mass commodity, and that's the proximity to the muscle mass commodity. That's all that is. It begins with the ability to do physical work, and it ends with the ability to do physical work, or having access to someone who can do physical work.
Right. True.
That's where
Yep,
that comes
okay,
from.
so understand it's very important to have
That it's from
peoples.
the get-go. It's from the get-go of the system.
You need peoples.
Muscle mass commodity.
So I think
Lift.
we may be at the
Do
point.
you even lift?
I do. Very occasionally. We could. I think we did kind of incidentally describe elite, middle, and low classes, and they're
Yeah.
sort of.
We had to simply because to relate where does monogender appear in the next phase of the cycle,
I just wanted to.
and it disappears just the same.
Reiterate, I guess, to kind of like put a kind of wrap up the thought, I guess, of having different classes and then different gender structures.
In the lower class, these will be the rebel kids, the ones that the ones that do not follow family traditions because.
Right.
Where they don't have money. They're the rebel kids. Because the family can't
So-
afford to support them. They kick them out and stuff like that.
For disk space. No. Oh well, we're still streaming, but not records. Anyways,
Well, stream is a record, right?
that's a pain in the. Yeah, we're live for 2 hours now, which is fine. Just running out of my disk space. So I wanted
Get rid
to.
of some of the previous sessions then.
Yeah, pretty much. Um, just point out something, I guess. So we're having these different classes: elite, middle, and low. And I noticed something. I don't know if you're seeing this as well, but 1, 2, 3, 4. We're having 4, or at least I added this here. I don't know if this is maybe the odd one out, but so we have an archetype here, which is reflected in the elite. The elite shows the archetype, and the middle and low class is actually acted out. Right. And so the middle class is the pseudo father of the lower class, who is the pseudo mother, which makes society happen.
This isn't here. It would be up here.
I was going with HGMA structure, but I don't know if it matters or anything. But I just saw a reflection because the elite
the market
is
system.
okay.
The market machine would be the archetype here.
Yeah.
Because it's the only thing that needs everything to be cogs in the machine.
Right. So then we've just inverted this chart. So market machine, right? Just to juxtapose, I don't know, again, if archetype and whole on as the elite, sort of representing the whole on of this is the perfect.
No, if you get this to be the guild, yeah, definitely.
Right.
And I don't think I don't think the combining label can be anything but the market machine at that point.
Just thought I'd put that out there.
Or which the zeitgeist is the inverse of, right? Remember the zeitgeist?
Yeah.
The zeitgeist is the reflection of the market machine in the negative space of all the neglect.
What we are missing out on, that
Right.
unspoken.
Which is what's interesting about that is that the zeitgeist being what it is, it actually becomes universal to all people because the neglect is universal as well. And so the misery zeitgeist, the suffering zeitgeist, becomes the main thread of information, of meta-narrative, if you will.
And often the zeitgeist is a feeling that gets misinterpreted because you don't know actually why you have that void, that negative space of void. You don't.
Well, yeah,
you can't describe it. You can't model it because you don't have this type of a model.
Juxtapose the zeitgeist against the obfuscated meta-narrative. Obfuscated meaning it's opaque. You cannot see through it. It's a cloud.
Yeah.
You go through it, you don't know what's on the other side at all. Of course, it's going to be a desperate attempt. Always. It's going to be a fucking. Ugh.
Yep, and here we are. So we'll, do one of those break things, and be right back. And proceed.
All right. So, question. What was the question?
Here we are back. No, I'm just unmuting.
Okay.
Due to conclusion of certain activities and breakings time. Where were we?
Well, we kind of took the time to look at where the ego downloads from the system, and then why there's a difference between the pseudo father, pseudo mother thing. We kind of touched on that. So the implicit role in the market of both, for example. Did we want to talk about that, or?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
All right. Well, back to the diagram then.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse me. Right. So here we see kind of a trajectory of penetration. The idea that the pseudo father goes all the way down into the square, right here, is meant to represent the fact that it is actually taking whatever is coming in from the market.
Mm-hmm.
And representing that as the ego imprint within the full spectrum of their communication.
So
in the
this is
household.
basically patriarchy.
Yes.
Where, as a way of describing
again,
it. And don't get it wrong. Again, the matriarchy is the patriarchy.
Sorry. Did the whole Simpsons thing get cut out?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Yeah. We were explaining things and.
Okay. I was
chatting
talking
about-
about picturing the nuclear family in terms of the Simpsons family, where Bart, Lisa, and Maggie represent the 2.5 kids. Homer represents the nuclear family husband, who is the only worker. Ironically, works in a nuclear power plant. And Marge being the stay-at-home wife in the entire scenario.
So Simpsons is PM canon.
The scene, the familial structure of the nuclear family is easiest to picture this way, because in particular because the idea behind the Simpsons family was to ironically mock the nuclear family to begin with, right? It was based on that premise to begin with. So that's why the representation works so great.
And it's interesting that we were talking about Marge's role as being able to influence the market in subtle, roundabout ways by arranging things indirectly.
Right. So here we have her pegged as the pseudo mother, right? And in the diagram, we can see that she's below the plateau. So what we're basically describing is that the market has contact with the pseudo father, Homer, given it all the problems to resolve, if you will, to deal with. That are sensible problems to deal with.
This is good. We can actually see that nesting, that self-similar structure, in that the pseudo father and the market, actually the whole diagram is covered by the pseudo father, but yet only a subset is covered by the pseudo mother.
Exactly.
Going up and down.
Exactly.
And you can see what is covered by the pseudo mother,
which is not the
horizontal.
plateau. Which is not the plateau. So the pseudo father has a direct access. The pseudo mother can only access the plateau to affect the
And what we
market.
mean by plateau is commodification of plateaus. In other words, a
Which
whole set
commodities
of services that you
can offer it for exchange.
can offer and receive also, because you are buying on the market. You are a participant.
Right. That it considers.
You are part of demand and supply.
It considers valid, essentially. Yeah. So if you need to buy shoes, for example,
So
that's the interaction with the plateau.
There are different plateaus on the market at all times, any time. In fact, everything that a human does in society has been pushed into that type of slot arrangement of, okay, these are the fundamental plateaus coming up to the more significant here in the virtual state.
Right. And so to describe the rest of the diagrams in terms of that system, Simpsons metaphor, the neural units being Bart, Lisa, and Maggie, often they never actually connect with their world in their personal way, but rather through the socially acceptable ways. And this is where you get the division into pseudo-gender and monogender. Sometimes those interactions deal with hierarchical authoritative hierarchical elements of society, so such that who gets who gets who gets the credentials to say what. So often you'll see Lisa taking the alpha role and whatever in the academic sense. You'll see Bart taking the alpha role in the nuisance sense, if you will, or the activity sense. Maggie often takes an alpha role in terms of solving everybody's problems after the fact. And
Transcended master.
right, and as these stories go on, the rest of the characters take on either a submissive role in the beta or a more generic role in the pseudo-gender sense, in that they just fulfill a kind of actionable performance.
Isn't it interesting how this, I guess, ego structure is passed down through kids having responsibility over a pet, for example, and now you're the alpha on yet another layer.
Right. All your pets are monogender, and you're the alpha, and the betas are the people who are responding to you about the care of the pets.
Right.
So this is the boss-manager relationship about her
Like
job.
food is running low. Who do you
Without-
tell? Get me food.
And
My
interestingly,
dog needs
here
food.
in the horizontal sense, the alpha-beta monogender divide, you don't get the archetype model guild divide. You don't get that isomorphism.
That's exactly it. So we're showing parallel structures completely, and that's why I wanted to identify this with a label. What is what is this dysmorphic structure? What are we
so this
calling
horizontal this is horizontalism that we're seeing here. The alpha beta monogender divide is a way to break up the archetype model and guild into a dysmorphic system in which there are no reflections. And the reflections are all introduced through the pseudo-father, pseudo-mother in a horizontal way as well, which means they don't have to follow any concrete model.
So all we got so far is we've got a isomorphic polyverse and a dysmorphic polyverse. I guess that's what I'm trying to. Do we have a better label for this? Because
No, all we have is a better diagram to show what happens. The cloud diagram is where everything is fucking up. Because of cloud
but we have
diagram,
so many diagrams of holonic stacking, which is not this.
not this.
So that's what I'm saying.
Here-
We're identifying two major different channels of organization.
All right, so in this chart, we're seeing the first breakaway.
Organization.
We're seeing the first breakaway. The alpha beta monogender model breaks away from the archetype model guild model in a dysmorphic sense, in that it's trying to replicate it in a bad way, if you will.
Okay. What did you call this model? The alpha beta.
I didn't call it anything, but it's basically the ego model.
Ego model.
May as well be.
Okay, well, it's there anyways.
Right? Because ego is representing this half.
Right. And guild model or what?
Yeah. We'll contrast it to guild model, yeah.
Guild model.
Or holonic
That's-
model. Depending on where you want to draw the difference.
Right, because when you apprehend a holonic model, it automatically
Is the guild
overrides the ego model itself
Mhm.
and causes that cosmological shift. Guild model.
Guild or holonic?
Holonic. Yeah, that's what I meant.
so holonic. Words.
It's good to be writing down.
Right. And so this is now becoming really imperative that we show the other diagram. We have
Okay.
to. Now we have to.
Because
Okay.
we've introduced sound bites, I guess, things or artifacts, which is how we communicate these systems.
The other,
This is how we are organizing.
the other
through
the,
sound bites.
The cloud model that I'm talking about, this one, is how ego model maintains itself on effectively nothing by being self-referential, begging the question in and of itself.
Oh, this is the argument that always gets thrown at us for being, oh, your model just references itself.
Sure.
So we got to clarify here a little bit.
Okay, well, the difference between this model and our model is that an artifact representing the rest of the diagrams of our model is embedded in these clouds. So regardless of what the sound bite is, that model is assumed as well. So the interpretation of all sound bites is going to be reinterpreted in terms of the model. In this case, however, there is no stipulation for having that artifact. And that artifact could be arbitrary if it exists. So this is where we get the theistic perspective of a god, and then it could be absent, which is where we get the atheistic aspect of a godless cloud of obfuscation. But regardless, it's an opposite.
There's probably many labels that you can put to it.
The labels themselves play just different roles in obfuscation.
And this
but
communication
the obfuscation is the same.
The communication problem itself and the namespace problem itself of language made me think about that neurological mirroring. What was it called? Where you
Mirror neurons?
Where you no. Where
okay.
you switch the language, but you're telling the same story.
So that's layer mirroring.
There's a word for a programming word for a program that rewrites itself in a different language and then executes itself.
Right. Okay.
Polycoins. We probably haven't brought this up in a while, but
oh yes, that's the gist.
If you're talking about having a namespace organization, if you're talking about writing things down, you're having artifacts. Having a collection of artifacts, it depends on what part of the polycoin you're on.
Right.
And you can translate to any other one.
So here's the thing about that, where that really should hit home in a more pragmatic sense, I think. In that, on the one hand side, we have our brain, which is supposedly this really sophisticated computational device, right? As an object
sensing and computation.
As far as an object goes, the brain seems to be like a really enhanced, fucking to the max computation device. Like it just knows shit it cannot possibly even know.
Yeah,
right?
we assume so. We assign locality to this ability.
That's the experience of it anyway. On the other hand side, we have these computational tricks that we know of for a fact, which is what you're describing, the polycoin. The polycoin being a repetition of itself in terms of different languages. And then circling the computational trick itself is to circle back and to represent yourself in the original language. We can take this concept further and create loops that go in every which way around the initial idea, right? On top of that, what we have our experience with programmatically is languages in which you can type out, say, a cake recipe that will make a real cake, while at the same time program a computer to do something like play a musical tone or like just like have a different recuperation of the same instruction sets. So
right. So you're saying basically the inverse of what I brought up, which is the polycoin. The inverse of that is
together it gives us a playing field of like an absolutely like a ridiculous way of mirroring anything. From recipes to movements of the arms.
This is like analogy and something, right? Like probably like this. It's probably something has been localized to certain words to say.
This is the pure power of computation taken for granted. It can do that.
Yeah.
This is a provable, repeatable experiment anybody can try. That's the gist of that.
Well,
so we have
otherwise we wouldn't function at all.
So we can do this with computation, and we have this insanely magical computation machine that we call brain. Applied together, and it's hard to argue against the premise that the brain can potentially reflect things in its environment in such a way that are both symbolic, are both this, completely allegorical and completely metaphorical, right? Where you draw patterns from patterns from patterns from patterns from patterns.
Probably download and upload. we can relate
Exactly,
this
yes. And so your thought processes can take on this layer, can take on that layer, can take on this layer, can take on that layer, merge them all together and do all these fantastical things, which is incidentally shunned on by the system, if you will, in the process of specialization. It's very much not ideal to be a cross specialist because, for example, you are not taken seriously in either speciality, right? You get a smaller, but not less irrelevant effect here with racism. If, for example, you're a mixed race, you are basically shunned as being neither one nor the other in particularly systemic places. Ignoring societies like the Métis, where the systemic response did not take hold like that. So that's just to cover that base. It's not universal, and not in the sense that it happened everywhere, but universal in the sense that if we were to extrapolate it to the extreme, this is going to be the end result, right? So with racism, we often see that. We don't see that in everywhere, but we often see that in, like, you don't belong to either one or the other.
Sorry,
well, sexism. In sexism, same thing happens. If you don't identify as one sex or the other, you are fundamentally really pushed to accept one or the other, or else you go to a lower stage of social representation, criminal, or insane.
Isn't that interesting that a lot of people may feel like some kind of intuitive urge to just piss people off in such a way, like almost like triggering intentionally as a rebellious type of alpha capacity?
I'm glad that you were mentioning the word alpha there, because the tendency toward trade, right? The entire economic theory is based on egoism itself. The ability of the ego to trade itself refined commodities upwards on some imagined scale that it identifies with ego existing in other places. And eventually you hit the lottery, if you will, in the system in which you plug into just the right setting within it to reify whatever it is the fuck you thought you wanted, or fail miserably, which is more often the case than not, since the spots are not really available.
Right. If you're talking like attention economy and like having airtime, quote unquote, on
getting the
mass networks,
getting the artificially scarce commodity
resource, you've got the token slot.
Exactly.
So these clouds again, did we cover
There's
those,
no point in I decided that there's no point in labeling anything, because it all amounts to one and the same thing happening all over the place.
And I brought up the question on what's the difference between the holonic model and the ego model in this case, because the ego model, we're having a self-contained sort of self-referential head cut off from the body schism scenario.
So the difference is almost as exactly the same as the current ideal of technological systems of authentication, authorization, and
authentication.
The AAA systems. So
this is access to resources.
Access to resources is exclusive, not inclusive, right?
Right.
However, when you put your body outside into nature, you are accessible as a meal to whatever predator that is out there, are you not? Like, nature speaking. I'm not talking about the worst possible case.
What if you're hunting?
Fine, you're the predator.
Okay.
No,
continue.
The idea is the same. You are out in the same world in which this is happening, right? So you're a target. You are not a reserved channel. You are not an isolated bubble like individualism would have you think, in a sense.
So you're pointing at the moment you step out into nature, you're subject to a whole bunch of constraints which are no longer commodified for
Right.
you
And
as
the
services by society.
And to put an emphasis here, the point you step out into nature is every single point.
Right, it's always like that. But
Right.
we think, okay, but now
There's
now
no
Crown
actual
Land,
isolation.
that's nature, quote
Yeah,
unquote.
there's no actual
No, this is a
isolation.
jungle, no matter where you stand.
Right. So that's the initial point. So where was I? I lost my train of thought.
Well,
Train of
Hellenic
thought.
modeling versus ego modeling,
Yeah.
and what the difference is in this type of a chart. What's making this a virtual ego?
All right.
How is
So
How is this
At f-
self-reference different from that self-reference?
this at face value, there's no difference here. What you're
Right.
seeing here is the following. You're seeing sound bites represented by arrows,
What neurons do. That's what
just
you said.
messages being sent somewhere, and a cloud of an interpretive cloud
Sound
that,
bites.
that disseminates
So-
the meaning of it and creates an algorithm based on the sound bite.
Modulation of carriers, and we're talking about agents picking up here on soundbite activity, either sending or receiving.
Right. So I kind of started this discussion about the folly, if you will, of the AAA model, and that is being the authentication, authorization, and audit model,
Okay.
in which, in order to utilize any channel to send a sound bite, right, you have to ask permission in being able to send that information through.
Okay.
For
So
example,
permission is the key factor here, that you are going through a management structure, which is we are commodifying management.
And,
Right.
and
That's
this
a big
already,
difference here.
And this already defies what we actually experience. For example, spam. Spam doesn't ask you, can I talk to you? Can I talk to you? Can I talk to you? No, spam goes, hi, I have this offer for you. Shut up for a
Ooh.
second. Shut up for a second.
Oh,
Let me
yes.
finish.
Oh,
Spam
tell
has
me
this
more.
offer for you about your penis. He wants it to. We want you.
Yes. Well, I'm afraid I'm a little small. Can you do
You
anything
want-
for me?
Yes. No. You're not afraid. You're not afraid. You're a little small. You are small.
Right.
And
It's part of my
you,
identity.
and yes, fear is what defines
But
you.
you've got something.
Your relationship to your penis right now.
Mm-hmm. You've got
Th-
something that
this
can
is
fix
the
that,
reality.
exploit it.
Right. This is the reality. Right. So you don't get a privileged channel to speak.
Also, this is like so. Thinking, I guess, too much into the models that we create into projection into the future of a fear stance, rather than living in the moment, quote unquote.
So let me blow this up for you a bit more. The only reason you did get this privileged channel for me to spam you is because our language has been standardized. So, because you were forced to understand
Fine,
certain
obviously.
words a certain way, and
I can't help it.
can use that,
Anybody
can send
listening right now is hearing me saying, anybody listen right now.
Our language has been normalized. We don't have localized dialects, whatever, and so you are incapable. I am incapable of being nonsensical to you, because you're stuck with being able to understand every single meme I'm throwing at you.
Not
'Cause you're-
necessarily.
Not necessarily, but your meme, but your myth,
That's an illusion.
your myth should match your context should match
A lot of it.
entirely. Like
Well,
all
so
the
with-
sound bites should be thrown at the kind of ego.
With
key-
marketing such a thing, yes, the subject line contains these objects. The objects happen to be one penis, the other small, the other enlarge, and you assume that that's on the mind of many of your targets.
And
who-
I'm loving the subject
who is
because of
going to
its-
read it?
because of its triggering effect. By the way.
But this is marketing, right?
No, I know,
And then
but
you've
look,
got the
it's Viagra. Look,
perfect
it's
subject
Viagra
line.
right
You end
there.
up at the perfect subject line, basically, or what you think it is. You're
You need
competing
bigger.
against others.
You need a bigger one.
Right.
You whatever size yours is, that's not okay.
And then
If your wife says otherwise, she's lying to you.
on top of that, there's spam evasion. So, like, you can't even make the most ideal complex sentences because filter will pick it up. You have to say like, is your big one not, too small these days, or like
So again, you got to be package it into one sound bite, right? And so this is where the artifact fails because it tries to tackle all sound bites at once. It's trying to say these are what sound bites
the
are.
artifact
The artifact says, okay, there's only one sound bite.
in the moment.
Every moment, the artifact, the mimetic artifact, the model
Yeah.
artifact is going to be saying, this is just a sound bite as a sound bite. Right? And this is what the system abhors. Because it tries to send a message, fails. Tries to send a message, fails. Okay, what do I need to kill to get my messages through?
Are you talking about like the way that the model can interpret and protect itself from spam, quote unquote?
It's two sides. It's both what happens when you start to appreciate the interaction, right? Because you're not going to be outside of this cloud of obfuscation.
It's
what
an
you're
arms
going,
race.
What you're going to be doing is you're going to be inserting a specific sound bite into every obfuscated cloud to clarify it to the point of where the system starts to respond differently. And that different response is like, okay,
So, like,
why are my sound bites not working?
To me,
And my being a very loose term here. And then this is where you actually start to get the violent response from the system, in which case this is the protection
Now,
of the shell
my question
that's
here
necessary.
is why didn't you label agents maybe?
Because it's so arbitrary. The
Could be.
agents will rise up and disconnect based on whatever sound bites are being played out and whatever
Yeah.
the cloud is doing.
And the other thing, well,
It's
okay.
it's arbitrary.
Yeah.
Ephemeral.
I
Is
see.
that the word?
Ephemeral,
Ephemeral.
something like that.
Fuck.
Ephemeral. Always get that one wrong. Yep.
Work is being done here.
Like I just kind of think I want to capture the agent stacking
Okay.
that's happening as well, and I think 2 layers almost doesn't do that.
There's no 2 layers here.
Well, I mean, like, okay,
This
these,
is just
the
an
size
idea.
of cloud.
This is an idea to give
I
you
know
the
it's not-
beginning of the picture, but it should be taken to every layer. There's like a cloud around this,
Yeah.
for example. And the pattern continues. It's a fractal.
Of course, yeah. So I think that should be better, a little bit better.
No, you need to take this picture and
Relayed.
to carry it into multiplicity of scales, layers, and whatever.
Yeah.
Because this could be this could be the mind of a single person. This could be the mind of 4 people. This could be the mind of 2 people talking to each other.
Yeah, this is a insanely generic chart. All this is basically holonic organization.
Yeah. So this
Tell me that's not it. And then-
the point of this diagram is to show you that, for one, is that even the isomorphic structure goes through this, but the isomorphic structure will have to carry within all sound bites.
From the previous layers.
No, just all sound in general. Like the myth has to carry on in every communicate, right? So that all the
But
arrows,
in the moment
so
that-
all the arrows are, yes, they're separate arrows,
So
but they're
that's-
also the same arrows pointing to the
That's
same
the
cloud.
implied context of any momentary artifact.
That's the
The
implied.
implied context is freaking massive.
It's-
That's
that's
learned
the-
over time, over lifetime.
That's the implied ideal of maturity, if you will. The implied ideal of full maturity is that where this cloud is not obfuscated, but rather all arrows are one arrow, all clouds are one cloud. Despite this structure, right? Like we're talking about the idea of the holonic model, for example,
Yeah.
permeating everything.
Yeah, I was going to say that's the other significant part of not labeling this diagram is because you're not differentiating via label the large clouds and the small clouds.
Right, because you can't. They're one and the same.
If you look at the arrows, you'll see they're reaching inside of the other ones, and sometimes they're reaching the outside of it.
And the inside reaches the outside reaches the inside. So there's no way.
Just depends on the structure. Yeah.
Right,
This is
there's
just
no
a
way.
basic generic holonic structure in chart.
Not generic holonic, but generic obfuscated.
So to have holonic, within each of these clouds, you would say somewhere exists the model of the model itself.
if
of
you
portal
have
mounting.
so two ways to go about this. Either all activity in the tribal sense has to be isomorphic or the tribe dies because of constraints pre-civilization, or two, post-civilization, where we're on a plateau where we have to have an artifact pointing this structure out to this structure and
'Cause it-
saying
Because it
it
doesn't
reaches
build
back
up.
into something.
Because it doesn't build up naturally. And in the past, you would have had what we are about to represent by like a different colored cloud here or something is the fundamental guild, so to speak.
Yeah, which
Right.
would infect everything.
And let's say like
And then it was surrounded.
let's say this is a neural unit and this is a neural unit,
Yeah.
right?
No, you got it. You got it. This is where the point of the artifact being inserted artificially has to have the. This is where it makes all sense. The obfuscation of the meta narrative itself is the cause of the need for an artificial systemic view of what the system has done to itself, right? Otherwise it gets lost in the
Yeah.
it gets lost on
So
the
that
market.
little piece has to be there, which includes the model of itself of that whole holonic modeling, basically.
Right, and in the injection of that information of the below layers information into it, right? That's what this cloud is doing. So it needs to help the calculation. What the hell?
I just put specific details because you're going to see within this cloud represents the model itself, which is what makes up Portal Mountain, right? If these are neural units, right, then there's specifics that happen within these pink-purple cloud, that special different cloud, which
Yeah.
is
I would actually point out that the neural units should probably be divided half and half, because on the one hand side you'll have your own image of self, you'll have your image of the other. On the other side you'll have your own image of self, the image of the other, and they're crisscrossing and interacting all the time, and then it's flipping and flopping, and yeah, you know what I'm saying.
like splitter right down the middle.
Yeah. Like in this sense, what you're seeing is basically like how your image of self and your image of the other is potentially reflected and potentially not reflected in the other's image of self and the other's image of
Okay.
you.
Right. This is communication specifically.
Yeah, like you can read this diagram so many different ways. Exactly. You saw it. Because that could be like a totally different differentiation right there.
Mm-hmm.
So this would work for a group of 4 people, group of 2 people, 1 person talking to themselves from 2 different sides.
Right. Mm-hmm.
All right. So this covers obfuscation. Reason obfuscation is involved is because word travels by arrow, number through cloud. So this is talking about the stacking, in which the potential energy of any one thought is reduced to words, which become an algorithm in a numerical sense. Right? When I talk to you, you're understanding my word by calculating what the hell they mean, and then putting together an algorithm to paint the picture.
Word on the arrow, number on the cloud.
Yep. Does that make sense in terms of the stacking? So we still retain the original image of the stacks, the animism image, the
So
life archetype.
number so this is hyperstition basically, when you create that neurological pattern of a hyperstitious object of how the world should be. In other words, this is in the moment creating a new archetype.
And then you try to resonate it out.
Right.
But to do that, you have to reduce it to some other layer
Right.
to communicate out.
You're always chunking and chunking it out based on your model and your understanding. Without the model and understanding, you've got nothing.
So this is where the car diagram makes sense, in which something gets resonated.
And on the receiving side, all signals created have to be interpreted. And the stronger the signal, the better chance of communication.
The stronger the fiat.
Right.
It's not the signal that need to be strong, it's the fiat.
But like thinking, like let's say it went over radio communication, and the power of your antenna actually.
So fiat would have
said yes or no.
fiat would have the effect of, for example, if I use these particular words to create, because I want to create this projection, fiat would be like the interjecting force of your interpretation to interpret that projection versus this projection.
So
the
quality,
stronger a
fiat has quality dimension, such that
everything that we're talking about is a quality dimension.
You would want the radio transmitter to have batteries full, and you make sure it happens, and then your signal at the receiving end
is getting transformed to that activity versus this activity.
Isomorphism.
And this is resonance versus the upload and download problem, right? Because whatever happens to be resonated dictates the upload download scenario in the other stack.
Mm-hmm.
Bzz, bzz.
That ever important fundamental guild.
Which? I don't think I mentioned what.
The extra cloud. No, I know. I kept trying to push it from my language usage, thinking in terms of the guild.
Mm-hmm.
To have this
So you
this
see
cloud represent.
So you see how this cloud is also representative of the current way of networking. That's why I was reaching out into this whole AAA thing. Is if you notice, is that we've laid out a whole bunch of wires, right? But made an artificial scarce resource out of it. In that you can only talk to this machine if you know its address. That kind of stuff, right? Whereas the normal biological state of affairs that I was alluding to earlier, if you put your body out there, for example, you're a snack, right? You don't have that option. Everybody hears you. And that's the difference between the technologies of the dashboard, for example, versus something else, in that everything goes down to the lobby. The filtering happens in the opposite direction. You don't get exclusive channels by being privileged, so to speak. You get exclusivity by needing quiet and needing the reserved space for it, and everything you still say still trickles down into the public space, right?
It seemed to me
because you're still speaking out.
what you're talking about is like the Portal Mountain structure, where
absolutely.
According to the coherence model, you speak essentially using tags of higher. You're allowed to use a tag on the network, for that message to go to the academy, for example, if that's where you wish to post it. But it also always appears in the campus and the lobby, right? And there's certain functions from the lobby to that message be treated a certain way, like a forum post. And now the lobby can talk about this if they want to.
Right. For example, somebody in the lobby overhears you, wants to ask you a question about something.
Question or input.
They can do that. It's not going to interrupt the discussion going on up there. Which is the entire point.
Right.
Like what is happening with technology today is that everything else gives you the ability to interrupt. Notification here, notification there.
Right.
Ding, ding, ding,
But
ding,
we
ding,
do
boom,
need
boom.
quiet spaces for coherence-based media.
Right, and so you got all of these different coping strategies of like, I only listen to email on hour X, I only check my messages
Yeah.
using this pattern. On all of these things are trying to accommodate a fact that is reversed in terms of the way we actually approach information when we're given to information, in that shit's always out in the ether in our experience, and we are constantly able to draw on it to whatever our desire is. Sure, we're gravitating towards more things than others, but that's the reality of it. Like we're pulling shit from the ether all the time, and trying to control what is being pulled would be the reality tunneled existence. If it's controlled for you, if it's managed for
Right.
you.
Mm-hmm. And like, so this is my basic argument against Reddit or whatever, and almost any other social media, but they are the ones collecting the data, the facts. Somebody clicked, I vote for this, yes. Somebody clicked, I don't. Somebody's typed this. They're the central recipient of that message, and then you have to trust whatever they think, whatever they said is what that person did actually or said, or even that, like when you conglomerate a vote and say this is
And
super
then-
popular on my network.
And then you have the side effect
Meanwhile,
of
it's
the
not.
and then you have the side effect of the secondary message, right? If you've utilized your time incorrectly, for example, our little argument between the vaccine thing. If you utilize your time
If
on
we
that
let it
network,
get out of hand.
no, hold on. If you utilize your time incorrectly, the network is now starting to correct you by posting other secondary messages underneath whatever you post, right?
All right. Yeah.
So okay, so look at from the concept of management of your efforts, trying to manage what you put your time into.
Right. So that's a nudge or a push that you feel as a signal, and everybody else feels it as a signal.
And if you're utilizing your time differently,
I better not get, like, I swear I was.
there it is. If you're
a,
utilizing your time slightly differently than the expectation.
I've had a discussion recently with one of my family members over Facebook. It was kind of like a back and forth on the walls, or whatever, and they said at one point they were like very proud of the fact, because I posted. Remember those? I showed you two websites before the stream, a collection of scientific studies on 2 different drugs used for COVID-19, and so that was among those things. Like, I posted it, and when I posted it, they whatever. Okay,
Your sister.
no.
Mommy. It doesn't matter.
No. So they were proud of the fact that they had not ever triggered Facebook to give them to say that that's false information what they're pointing. They were like, I've never had on my wall something that will cause Facebook to.
Oh well, I missed that.
Will cause Facebook to give me a message. So, and I'm very proud. She didn't say proud of that, but
That was implied.
And the fact that in a response to one of her posts, I linked to 2 websites that had studies for some drugs, accumulated meta studies, and she was like, okay, well, I'll look at these or whatever and just wait for Facebook to delete them or anything like now. Like, she was kind of like, she was
Waiting
just
for
completely
Facebook.
expecting that Facebook was about to remove the links that I posted there, like any minute now. And like, but she didn't want them there to begin with, because then it's like a hit against her ego or whatever, that her wall is no longer pristine.
But the deference to Facebook in terms of like the mediator of legitimacy, that's an interesting term for
Legitimacy mediation.
like, that's kind of like this is kind of what we're talking about in terms of the plateau
It's deep,
conversation,
man. It's deep.
in which the efforts of your actions can only be pointed into a single direction. The efforts of your thoughts can be pointed into a single direction. The whatever the line, the thinking line might be. Which is
Right.
why conversation between you and I had been sparked up.
And it's always
regarding
vague.
this vaccine.
It's like that God. Remember, the alpha you worship to is never actually the alpha that exists.
Right.
Because you're like, I don't know what Facebook wants me to do really, but I'll just try not to ever do it. But I don't know what it is.
Did we say
right?
this
The alpha
explicitly
coming.
on the record, or was this in the last?
Yeah, no, we talked about it with like the pharaoh being
Yeah,
at the top,
that's what I was
the
talking
king
about,
or whatever, being the beta to the alpha god.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
But right, instead of having this proper right relationship as in a philosopher king, which I'm not saying is any kind of a solution. That's whatever.
It's a
That's
trajectory into a different
temporary thing at best.
It's an
anyways.
opposite.
Yeah. Yeah, I forget where I was. The conclusion was right there, but the pharaoh.
The god king, the pharaoh, and
Yeah,
the
right.
philosopher king. Like, what's the?
So the alpha beta relationship, and so the pharaohs
Social
anyways
media.
would say, "Oh, I'm actually the alpha because I'm at the top. Literally, this is like the ultimate orgasm of the ego, right?
I won the lottery.
I'm
the
literally
human,
the very
human race.
the very top. Therefore, I am the alpha coming down at you, right? And this is the great schism.
It's an insecure.
projected
It's an insecure position
with a whole
because
society-
you're supposed to like play this role.
An entire society ready to accept that input and just filter it right down through the boss, the manager, the owner, the husband, pseudo father, pseudo mother, kid, dog, right?
Oh, pets are definitely neural units.
Sure.
Everything is a neural unit if you think about it. It's just a matter of utility.
Some things think very slowly.
You just use them for slow things.
Fine, yeah.
Muscle mass proximity is a simple example of needing.
A neural unit is just an object.
It's the commodification of the organism past the environment.
Sure. The organism can be an object.
Domestication.
This body.
When we're talking about so when we're talking about land as the first plateau, but domestication that followed it is the second. Right? There's no city-state out there that didn't drive for imperialism.
Right. So we were going to connect the personal and the social stacks that we went through there, right?
Yep.
Is that where you're thinking of going there?
I'm not sure.
It would be doing justice to this stream, anyways, as far as content coherence is concerned.
I think the other subject I was hammering on before the meet was the sexism. And we were talking about, at least on the channel,
Before you were hammering the meat?
meeting.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, everyone.
Never mind.
Sorry, children.
Get your mind out of the gutter.
It's what sparked the conversation between me and Vicky about gender roles. It's what sparked the conversation about monogenderism and pseudogenderism in the model itself.
Mm-hmm.
And in particular, it has to do with how mythology does, in fact, associate gender roles with activities that are fundamentally usurped by the system into the pseudo-mother, pseudo-father structure. So it's very important to point out the difference between the mythological divide on gender
Wait.
versus the one that presented to us by the system.
I just thought of something that we didn't make explicit: the alpha and beta relationship to the pseudo mother, pseudo father, as well as the monogender basically having no say in the fractal upper structure that goes on. It's cut out. And then you have the beta to pseudo mother, the alpha to pseudo father. That's what's creating the bigger structure on the next layer,
Yeah.
up and up.
So on the one
But
hand,
the monogender is excluded. That's what I'm saying.
so there's one
From that.
case where it seems to be not excluded. This is the middle class, but the problem with that is that it assumes the role of the pseudo father in its entirety, and so it erases it erases any feminine quality to begin with, and so both sides end up suppressing the female. All aspects of the mythological female that there are, which after the fact press down onto the biological. Right, so we've uploaded the mythological differences, if you will, through biological differences. So we're kind of seeing the sperm and the egg. We're seeing the sexual act. The male goes in, the female receives. We're seeing it in seed goes into the ground. We're seeing like there's all these interactions that of seeding and fertilizing.
You're talking about yin and yang examples.
Right, the mythological things that we've received from our biology and our interpretation of other biological systems as yin and yang as well. Receptors and seeds and seed receivers, if you will.
Yeah, it's interesting that we experience a dualistic model, I guess, of reality.
Yeah.
And we see it in agendas, male and female, is historically whatever.
Yeah.
But
So the most abstract way to talk about the subject here, that is completely divorced from biology, is the concept of potential and actualization. You can look at a seed as something that is sitting in its potential state and placed in its proper context actualizes that particular element in all of the grander potentializations. No, I phrased wrong, obviously. The actualization in this field of potentiality itself, right?
It's almost like a
if you're
hyperstition.
Yeah, so the idea of collapsing the wave function, the idea of inseminating somebody, for a lack of a better expression, the idea of putting a seed into the ground.
Causal. We're talking about causal narratives that collapse waveforms from potentiality into actuality.
The seed is like this condensed bucket of energy that is placed into something that can allow that energy to get expressed, right?
Yeah.
And that combination together is the actualization of everything. So there's no male without female, there's no female without male any situation.
This is space-time.
Right. Putting a symbol into into space, by etching, carving of space into time. That is seeding. That is the male-female relationship that we're discussing in the most abstract sense of the word. Now when you have this mythology and you try to actualize it and reify it against biology in a very rigid sense, you obviously get the clusterfuck of today's civilization.
Right on. The video's like half a minute plus lagged.
It's okay.
Just an interesting thought.
Yeah, so
This Same spiritual tropes you'll find everywhere else, just repackaged into a modern setting.
Right. So the repackaging is in this diagram into the pseudo father and pseudo mother again. The pseudo father being this element of seeding, the pseudo mother being this uh, usurped element of the fertile ground, if you will, to grow whatever the seed is, being usurped entirely by the system to just generate ego upon ego upon ego upon ego within every single thing that is reproduced, such that it's all normalized into one single mechanical system. That's kind of the gist of what we're trying to say. And without being able to really articulate it without the woo part.
Ego is kind of like the identity that never dies, whereas identity should be taken up.
It's the calculation that is
Remember,
perpetuated
you're talking about
through the market.
The Reaper, like the change of the view on death,
right,
from the past, right? Like I think this is a reification of self into ego, which then becomes a whole calculated exercise.
Right,
and this is like the beginning of it, which has to be injected, and that's this where the schism takes plant as a self-identity, a self-mapping, top to bottom. This is who I am, is this dysmorphic thing, right?
I think so. So if I can rephrase it slightly differently, so when we were talking about the difference between death, so we were talking about death being the constant companion.
Yep. Constant companion to the
to life.
Reaper in time, like the time you were saying it like.
Transformed into a time obsessed Reaper. So, from becoming something that is a reality in one's everyday experience.
Time-obsessed Reaper. And companion, what was it again, the first one?
Constant.
Constant companion.
Constant. Yeah, always there. Yeah. So this is straight up lifted from 33 Myths of the System. If anybody's interested in actual sources. But the idea,
the schism for short. Let's just coin that right now.
So the idea that is represented here is one's concrete reality has been transformed from being the experience of every day to an idea that lives in the abstract out there, and a fear from elements of life that happen to you as they happen, to being transformed into a persistent fear of tomorrow. That tomorrow will happen, and what it will bring.
Or just the future in general.
What
could immediately happen to me? What could happen to me?
Tomorrow being the future.
Not today or now.
The colloquial sense, because tomorrow's tomorrow is also tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. The day that never comes.
So the movement of this idea of death itself, from being a constant companion into a time-obsessed Reaper, correlates to a sense of existence that is non-dreadful,
that is dread,
to from an existential dread of tomorrow, because the fear now does not come from concrete things in experience. How they come from like abstract fears in non-experienced dreams. Fear of tomorrow, which is a dream.
Well, isn't this just what do we call it? I was going to say not the predatory affect disorder, but the affect disorder in general, right? That happens to us, that we get manipulated by these sort of like karmic narratives that get passed down in that, and you believe it becomes part of your world, and then it's like latches on as a fear, latent fear, that just you always think about something maybe happening in the future because you heard it once, and it just, these things accumulate, and you've got all these fears.
I would not mix that experience with the experience of narrative itself, because that's not the birthplace of the existential fear. um, the tools for existential fears are the existence of narrative and juxtaposing it upon the abstract of tomorrow as a reality.
The abstract of the future.
Right. So the first phase in this switch
Okay.
has to make reality of
So,
the abstract.
we're
So
talking
you
about
have
the-
to have superstition. Have to have the symbolized become reality.
Now, have superstition is a tool. Have to be susceptible to superstitious exploit.
Not only exploit, you have you're right. Superstition is a tool in the moment works. When you take superstition and you lift it into reality, right? So,
Reification.
so you reify it not as a one
You're
one
downloading.
soft moment.
You're
You
downloading.
realize it as a pattern of a category,
You're downloading your thoughts onto your own body and
And
saying,
then
"This is
you-
my problem right now."
and then you say the problem is not this event but the category. You become susceptible to the fear of the category at large,
Right.
because the category cannot disappear while the event can. Right.
Oh, yeah.
And so
Yep.
if you cluster events into categories, if you chunk them the way we normally do in language, you eventually over generations can come up with a system which reifies a situation in which the fear of what's out there is not based on anything actually experienced, but of all the representative descriptions
Of the
which
possibility.
could be completely removed from reality by commodification, by simply trading out
Right, and then
meanings.
so this on the market exploits that, and takes this chunk of fears away in exchange for this guarantee that will never be a problem.
And so we can sell you the
Right.
fact that your face
So this is
wrong.
a good state to be in
We
for
can
profit,
sell you
for
the-
business.
Right.
It's
We
very
can
good.
sell you the fact that your face is wrong. We can sell you the fact that your penis is too small. We can sell you the fact that your vagina is not properly shaped. You've heard of this, right? Corrective surgery and shit. Shit like that is big money.
Well, yes.
I mean, it's not part of our lives, but in Hollywood, oh my god,
or
people are like, "You gotta fix this shit."
you should have a dick when you have a vagina.
There is also that, but that's a deeper problem. It has less to do with cosmetic surgery. That has to do with identity and our views of identity and reification being slightly off the mark for a different reason. It's a different discussion, basically.
Mm-hmm. Probably don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
We
or-
we can for anybody interested. I mean, if our number one fan decides to chime in, definitely can go in that direction if you really, really want to. It's not a subject of interest, and really we don't have much of a solution to offer you, though. So I don't know how that would pan out, if at all. We might piss you off even more if you want. So that's that.
That's what everybody has to deal with, potentially, getting pissed off, and how to learn to live with one another or learn from each other, discuss, talk, have free discussion.
Yeah, I mean that's the ideal, right? Like not to.
That's tough if.
Shit on anybody just for shits and giggles.
Speaking of, I think we're gonna go take a dump.
Pee time.
Incorrect. What ifs?
Hello.
And we's backs. Just, bringing up some chart skis.
Yeah. So, I think the ending is going to consist of trying to make the point that sexism is an inherently built component of the system, and by extension, the latter forms of prejudice, like racism in particular, are actually manifestations of the very same structure, where one is built more incidentally on physiology, the other one is elaborated upon through sequential events throughout history, in which
Right.
the actual accumulation of power,
So-
systemic power, that is, just happened to have been incurred in predominantly white, if you will, society.
And it's like, so this idea is like, so whatever, you have this archetype of people who do this and attack each other and have conflict and tribal, tend to have, like, whoever looks like me is like more like me, and you stick together in blobs through time, right? And just this bubbling up of different regions and everything, and power and
And I think-
discoveries just push one thing or another.
I think the main anti-race, the main racist narrative against
It's a reflection
against systemic
on
narrative.
circumstance, basically.
Sorry to interrupt, but I think that the
Me too.
main anti-racism narrative, systemic narrative, misses the point in that the systemic structure that allowed it to take shape in the first place is an amalgamation and accumulation of events that had a certain trajectory in what we would call a historical arc, but this arc itself is more than likely to be quite arbitrary, in the sense that if it had taken shape going into any other direction and on this planet, it would have been wherever the accumulation of power had
Right.
landed ultimately,
In which, to
where
this-
the quote-unquote dominant and the most acceptable
Side
race, if you will,
Side note.
would have been the top-notch, exemplary elitism.
To which this day we do not truly know if any particular tribe or who does what.
we can't know
It's
this.
crypto power.
Well, we can't know this.
Impossible to know.
Because the experiential world provided us only with one trajectory.
And it's such a simplistic way of looking at things, anyways.
But you can actually sense this in the fear, in the what's normally considered to be the racist crowd. Whenever you mention a departure from this status quo, the general fear is that the roles are reversed, right? So what the anti-feminist crowd in general tends to position itself as being in the same position as the victim as that of the feminist crowd. So the response is generally like, I don't want to be you, right?
Feminist and anti-feminist?
So the people that
They're
respond,
both playing victim? Is that what you're saying? I didn't get it.
well, no, I'm saying that when an anti-feminist listens to a feminist cause, right, what they're hearing is, we want all the roles reversed. And so the anti-feminist begins to have the
Right.
flawed sense
Yeah,
of what we've been doing to them
And
is
so-
what the society wants be done to me now.
I don't know if you would call this like dialectic exploitation or something, but definitely you have agent provocateurs, as they call them, which would stretch
This is the false flag operation.
stretch the
yeah.
discourse to say these kind of extreme things to make the other side automatically create straw men of,
Right.
of each other, and it
And
happens on both sides,
and
and
this
it
is-
gets expanded out into all that's left is straw men.
And this is why you have opposames, where
Right.
no side is fighting for reality. Every side is fighting for some superficiality.
And the best part is each side is almost extended out, stretched so thin into one direction that it's almost impossible not to
It's
see
completely ineffective.
not to see the archetypal stance of it. And
Yeah.
yes, the
And so every time
polarized
And
view.
so every time we're looking at the discussion of quote unquote dismantling the patriarchy, a lot of people notice it as a discussion of creating a matriarchy.
Yes.
Which,
Now, what do we mean by when we say
which
that?
they don't see as different than a patriarchy, only aside
Right.
from it being in the reverse direction and them being the subject to the exact same treatment that the argument is against.
Right.
And so they resist being
But this
a
is
target.
correct in a way, isn't it? That we were just talking about.
It's ignorant in a very. It's correct in the ignorant.
I didn't
way.
get what you were saying then, because we were just talking about that this kind of phenomenon happened.
The problem is that the plight of a single person being in a jeopardy of some sort does not translate to an opposite of if you change the situation, you're not translating it to the opposite of where somebody else is in that position of detriment. And this is what a lot of people are resisting. They are feeling as if though the taking away of this situation is a reversal of it onto the opposite side instead of a fixing
Right.
of the actual situation.
Yes. Okay. And this is the problem with having to advocate for the model, or feeling like, or advocating for the model. The problem with it is, to participant, you always seem like the charlatan.
Sure. For example, the entire discourse about sexism and racism on our part is absolutely subject to complete criticism of not getting the point of the plight of racism and sexism. Right? For example, we are not subject to
Many of such things.
I'm not subject to a lot of sexism. I'm not subject. Well, I am subject to some
Right.
sexism.
We're the cis white males.
For example, we cannot have emotional friendships with anybody but our wives. That's one of the main reasons why a lot of men mistake the idea of friendship from a woman for a romantic engagement.
Ooh.
Right? Like it's a known phenomena in which men simply have no experience with any intimacy outside of the fact of a romantic relationship, and so all relationships with females are romantic, and therefore all romantic relationships are intimate. And so there's that disconnect
This
between
also,
friendships that can happen.
It's
to the-
it's kind of weird. This
the-
creates like a buzzing feeling of dissonance in every interaction
Let me
that,
tell you
that a
about
man
that
would have
dissonance, man.
with a woman.
I was at a Christmas party at work. I was given a ride by a very nice person who happened to be a woman. I was intoxicated at the time. She drove me home. We had a wonderful ride home, platonically speaking, like talked about whatever,
Oh, yeah.
discussed whatever. I arrived home. Nothing happened. Everything was great. I arrive perhaps a few days later at work, and I am faced with the kind of commentary of like, I would have never taken the chance, and I was floored.
Taking what chance?
Exactly, I was floored.
Chance to do what?
Exactly, again,
Okay, but
Floored.
what were they implying?
they were implying that me being male and her being female automatically
Oh, like
results in
that you had
in
just,
any communication between us
had sex.
has to potentially result in some kind of sexual attraction, not even sex but attraction, which is I guess I
Right, but
have
taking
been,
the chance, quote unquote, that's kind of
I've always
like
been an oddball here.
very implicit.
I've always been an oddball here because I've always been comfortable in female company. I've had
True.
many,
yeah, no, I know
many,
this
many
about
f-
you.
and
Yeah.
I've had many female friends who had not, who have never engaged in any way whatsoever. I mean, I made my own little weird mistakes, but I've learned from them, right? There's like a few experiences here and there that, give me the business, and I understood what the fuck is going on.
Yep.
And from that point in, it was never a point of real contention. But the real point of contention is that men have no concept of female friends that aren't intimate, or intimacy that isn't sexual.
That kind of cuts off a lot of society, right? That breaks a lot of potential connection, right? That everything has to be sexual and everything's sexualized.
What does that do
Right.
to the perception of women in the society, though? That they cannot be befriended unless they are for sex.
Then they're forever alone, unable to have a friend. Well,
Aside from other women,
aside from other women.
and all the
Right.
men, or rather generically, it's very generic speaking, all the men that they encounter are the nice guy asshole type.
Just waiting to get laid, and ultimately enraged
and
in a
like-
tantrum that never happened.
Yeah, like the whole what do you call this? The friend zone. The whole concept of the friend zone
Right.
is entirely fabricated out of this perception
As a funnel
that
into
women
this.
women cannot be active friends, but they are only sexual.
Right, yeah. There's a lot of...
So the answer to
Coping
the
and shit.
opposite of patriarchy is definitely not more of the same. It cannot be.
significant opposite.
It has to turn the entire purpose of mythology on its head. The myth of the system has the patriarch as the injector of the ego into the household, and is isolated from the pseudo mother in its activity as an identity, as a role, as a function. And this is where the fluidity has to happen. This is where equality is going to be had, if at all, is by first of all not making the mistake of taking the monogender section of what's been produced out of our neural units, because we are going to have that commodity one way or the other. It's not to shove them into the pseudo father role, because this is the current trajectory of quote unquote piecemeal solutions to the patriarchy.
In other words, little sound bites of action. Oh, do this, do that.
Yeah, the
and you'll
feminist-
fix everything. Like
The feminist movement needs to be seen a little bit more deeper, in the sense that it shouldn't be copying the patriarchy. It should not take its structure
yeah,
and try to
revolution.
replicate it into both, thereby eliminating all female aspects of reality. And by female aspect of reality, I don't mean things with vaginas. I mean things that are receptive to potential, things that can nurture and grow, which can happen in anybody and in everything,
Mhm. Well
and
said.
any thought, in any relationship.
Right. This is bringing back the animism.
It's not about vaginas, so please don't make it about vaginas.
Well, that's what we do. Usually, our terms, tend to
Or penises.
Replace-
Sorry, penises. Don't make it about penises. To bring together the opposites of the whole.
right. Good catch. Well, I'm wondering if we're almost wrapped up here.
I think we should, to just make ends meet.
Yep. Pretty much our plateau discussion regarding the injection of schism,
Right.
also known as the schism.
Yeah.
I think we've covered quite a bit here.
Yeah. This chart is deep in the sense that it goes all the way from like the whole
Which chart?
this one.
This one? Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. From the pharaoh, god king, if you will, all the way to the household
Right. Okay.
father.
So,
figure.
and I just want to reiterate, we are diagramming an alternative to the holonic model, which we have showcased in so many other diagrams.
Right. This
Portal
would be the way things go wrong.
This is, yeah, we're just modeling, we're stepping out and modeling its market.
Part of the artifact that has to be injected into the system. I mean, to recognize itself for itself.
We
The
just
bad has to be demonstrated.
haven't happened to make that same fractal type structure that we see, like the ego being passed down.
But it is fractal though,
through
because it's
layer and layer.
repetitive. It's
Parent,
repetitive.
child, pet.
This kind of is fractal. It hijacks the fractal.
I know,
to
that's
grow
what I
on
mean.
top of it.
Yeah, we would expect that structure.
Oh,
but we
you know
haven't
what this
until
is?
now.
You know what this is? This would be the virus. This will be the cancer that's growing out.
Yeah, it's a virus.
Cancer.
It's worse than SARS.
Cancer.
Yeah.
Cancer because
Correct.
this is APS, strictly speaking. Conceptual. It's all conceptual.
Mm-hmm.
And cancer because it's the rigid structure that it cannot escape.
And we
it just
see-
keeps growing itself.
Right. Ego on the right side, underpinning the entire thing. That
The
ability,
main DNA.
that ability to objectify not only yourself. You started with yourself. Now I am in existence, an objectified thing. But that's where it grows out of, and this is the initial
Yeah, once the
schism.
self-reference starts to comparing itself through conceit
And I think
recording itself as a self.
this
in the
always
narrative.
arises with every new human being birthed. Always arises this self-image, but the ego, we're saying that we're differentiating it as something different.
The part of the narrative where self is reified does arise all the time, everywhere. The
Right.
part that is different in the systemic sense is that the mythology will then repeat the selflessness as a reification. So, once you've uploaded your self-narrative into the ether, right, recorded it externally, it will be like, oh yeah, there is this self. It's this artifact. This is the self. It'll confirm.
Isn't it weird
It
that
will confirm this for you. This
people
externality will confirm.
people
it
think
for
they
you.
can make a digital copy of their entire personality?
What do you think that's from? That's the same. That's the same idea.
This is like the
carried
ultimate
out
conclusion of this, carried out through all the natural guilds.
into tunneled reality,
Mhm.
completely tunneled. Because what kind that self? How would it perceive reality? Outside of what's given to it. Is it gonna really think for itself?
That's the
Right?
point. We're talking about billions of years of progress here, only to be stopped by some shitty little virus? Fuck that. We are the dream team.
Oh no, the virus is not our problem, eh? The virus is a symptom of our problem. The virus is the symptom of the fact that we've polluted our environment by calling it land so badly that we are
Yes.
producing the diseases we're consuming.
We know that. So this is the core of activism. This is the critical thing of core of all activism. If you ever feel like being an activist about anything, reference it through this piece, and that's
All right,
that's what
let
it
me
is.
just clarify here. I'm not saying we're producing shit in a lab to consume as a quote unquote what do you call it?
Consumer.
No, as a theory. What do you call it? The conspiracy. I'm not talking about conspiracy theoretical production of viruses and consumption of viruses. That's just like, oh yeah, there's a secret group producing viruses, secret group distributing them, and all blah 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 blah. No,
Mm-hmm.
we don't need that for this to happen. What we need is a system so disconnected from itself that one hand does not know what the other is doing whatsoever.
But this happens right at the start, and even in tribal settings, the human has to be guided towards not making this cognitive mistake of reifying
Sure.
nature.
My point was not about
so
that.
killing animism. But this is like back to the
Yeah,
main
my
point.
My
I think.
point was not about that. My point is that we are reached a plateau in which the garbage we produce and lay into the environment is to the point of where we have to augment our bodies be able to even deal with it, and that is always a temporary solution in of itself.
This is the
And so this is
this
kind
is the
of like,
plateaus of commodification.
right, and so the end point of about vaccinations, for example, for me would be is that this is the last stage. We can't go past this stage. So if we fuck this stage up, we're done. These vaccines are the last.
I'm pretty sure what
Or
you
the last
said is
thing.
going to be completely out of reach of any listening people or without a lot of
Fine,
discussion.
I don't care. I'm just saying that these vaccines are like a symptom of the last steps. We're so fucked with our environment in which we have to augment our own biological bodies to even deal with the garbage we spew into
Well,
it.
yeah, even the fact of living as a global society.
Breathing the fumes of cars living by the highway.
Yo, if anybody can have a biological lab and like release shit, then we're basically, as a country, we know that we're subject to this type of pollution, call it,
Right.
and that we need to have our own
we now have the-
resources to deal with that, and we would offload it to our government, who could be fucking jack shit retarded.
Up until 100 years ago, we didn't even have the transportation system to transport this amount of disease.
Well, that's
a
what I'm
difference.
saying, yeah.
That's a huge difference.
You don't stop any of it.
So with our transportation system, what we've done is we've increased the reach of the landfill, and so now all of us live in a landfill, and the air we breathe needs to have vaccinations against it.
Global.
And I'm not saying this particular vaccination, just in general, we're reaching a point in which to be able to continue on this level, to continue to go through this, we're going to have to continuously to put shit into
Well,
this system so that it can compensate with
what
whatever
you're saying
garbage
is,
is being spewed out by it.
What you're saying is true, I think, especially if you
So
consider.
I'm not happy with the system.
If you consider different timelines here, because some things happen slower or faster than others, and yeah, we should be expecting intervention over whatever time. But again, I didn't really want to get into all that.
There will not be intervention. There will only be collapse, because the
Right.
ignorance,
Okay.
the stupidity, the objectivism, the solipsism is not going to be reached through conversation.
Okay, so if you use the model that we've outlined in the last however many live streams to sort of to assess the world so-called state as it is of the Earth, planet Earth, and all that,
Create
you
the
would see that
corporation.
yes, there's a lot of potential for complete obliteration, collapse here and there. Like different regions have, it's all like unique, right? But what they all have in common is that we as people can rise up to take that responsibility of our soul and the zeitgeist back from the system. And we can do it at a moment's notice almost. If we can
where
keep our
that
information,
here's why I love
our
using
information
those words.
networks, our internet, if we can keep it up,
That's why I keep bringing those words up.
then fuck yeah, we're good.
The problem, I guess, with the zeitgeist in particular is that the zeitgeist will not offer recourse. Only the model will, and the model is an effort. Again, it's the interjection of that stupid artifact back into the system, which is so resisted, so hard, resisted so hard. Fuck.
Mhm.
right? Like injecting that artifact is perhaps the only pain point and the sole pain point of the whole process. That is the faith thing, if you will, about the whole Portal Mountain deal. About the
So you're talking about this cloud?
yeah,
The pink one.
this could even be like a starting point of saying, look, everything we have, everything we talk about, all of those statements we say, right, gets spewed out into a cloud of interpretation and spewed back out as this, as that, as the other thing. And the control we have over this is so lacking that it's not even funny.
Yeah.
Right? Even in, like, if you only take the yellow line into consideration, what we're talking about is quote unquote the theory of mind. So you imagine my mind, I imagine your mind. Do you see the problem what this diagram is presenting in that context?
Yep. Looks pretty lopsided.
Exactly. Like, yeah, like it doesn't matter.
It's not a mirror.
It doesn't matter what your mind of theory is and mine is. It's not going to match because experiences don't match.
The line dividing to another neural unit is not a mirror. But
Not a no. There's a
but
few.
the one,
there's
the line
there's
dividing to your
neural.
back to yourself is a mirror. See, one is glass, one is mirror.
Well, there is truth to both statements, actually. Both are mirrors. We share DNA, right? Like, so my eyes will still mirror what your eyes will mirror. There's that. But
Yeah.
the history, the internal history, the whole karmic flow, if you will, of decision making, of being here for this reason, being there for that reason, even us being here for whatever reason you decided to be here versus my reason to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can't have a real mapping of that.
Oh man, we're actually within 5 minutes of the time limit for a YouTube video stream.
We need to go.
So, in other words, yes, but it's been great. We covered a lot of cool stuff.
Yeah.
Injection of the schism.
I guess the only one thing I really want to point out here is that because of this kind of obfuscation that's going on, is that the importance of the artifact is a matter of real importance to consolidate the ability to bring this all together. And the secondary to that is shit. And secondary to that is that it highlights that without a common operational internal, if you will, conceptual DNA,
The model.
these kinds of clouds become far more obfuscated and are subject to entropy and all that kind of stuff.
So we want to know how to make clouds and connections properly. We want to know how to do it in a coherent way, in a way that is animistic in the sense that the model we create, we know it's only temporary and it's to be used and adjusted.
Right.
In other words, to upload back whenever you download onto something, take your damn feedback. Don't be like king shit. I am God. I am the alpha.
Right. And all of that entails is that subjecting this very cloud that naturally arises regardless to a particular artifact that either represents the model or have the cloud small enough such that all the different interpretive messages that flow in between it, aka the myth that is in control of the meaning of words, points to those things indirectly. So this is the case with we see with pre-civilization tribal societies, where the myth and the thought process correlate to each other.
This is a participant bootstrapping artifact. That's what the myth sounds like when you hear the story.
Right.
And you can feel at different levels depending on your own coherence.
And when you have post-civilization abstractions, this is where you insert an abstract artifact to do that job for the entire cloud, such that it eliminates the differential patterns between the sound bites, to the point of where that whole ubiquitous feeling with the universe appears, and eventually this state, what is called the state of nirvana, but it's not a state. It's more of a interpretive situation.
The word state right away.
Yeah, it
gives
defies
away.
it really eliminates
Defies
the
itself.
problem of how it's described. Yeah, it would be more of an actionary verb.
A
Nirvana.
kind of idea, injection of the schism, which we've been describing here, what it looks like, I guess, dysmorphically more so today. But also, what about injection of the holism?
Well, I think those are the same things.
Injection of holism.
I think it's the same artifact. Like, you can't inject the interpretation of the system without injecting the rest of the whys into it. So you would
No doubt.
So you would.
I'm just imagining
a
guild equivalent to what we talked about in
Yeah.
this personal
So
thing.
yeah, so you not only would introduce the cloud into the cloud, you would introduce things like the holarchy, you would introduce things like the natural concerns, you would introduce things like the
There's a curriculum
areas of
curriculum to
concern,
it, isn't
and
there?
yeah, like all of it, and this is why it becomes impossible to fit into a soundbite, because the
Right.
the tiny artifact is what as a token label
In
initially, but it unfolds and unfolds and unfolds and unfolds.
The token has typically been given a label, the journey of increasing coherence.
Or the model, or the archetype, or the guild, or
Many things, sure.
yeah,
Yeah.
feedback observation, which is part and parcel of recognizing the artifact within the cloud.
Mm-hmm.
That is
Yep. It's an ongoing process.
right, and the point of the cloud is again to take potential of word and it's all of its meaning, and decimate it into its algorithmic numerical functionality, and then reconstruct what that activity means in whatever context is relevant. What did those words mean to hear that created those words to mean that? So, like, it's the passage of meaning, the resonance of meaning through fiat.
Mm-hmm.
So all of that is captured there, and the problem is that here in this diagram, the sound bites and the decimation of words to numbers are all disconnected from each other. So you have one cloud decimating sound bites one way, and another cloud decimating words another way, passing different meanings around, and then you get this obfuscated total meta-narrative. We gotta go.
With that note, we are on our ways, ladies and gentlemen. It's been great, as always. Peace out and